over the top of Anderson. Tracks all the way back in. It does. And he's locked in, but what a goal! Inundated. So popular.
So welcome everyone to beautiful sunny Canley, the Victorian Croquet Centre. As you can see from the big shadows of the building on the lawn, it's a very sunny day. It's not warm, it's quite crisp, but it's nevertheless going to be a beautiful day for the match. The two finalists in the Croquet Australia Open Golf Croquet Singles are both out there on the lawn practicing, warming up. They have 5 minutes, which is just about to be up. And you are seeing screens which tell you the names of our sponsors who have contributed to enabling us to live stream this event. Primarily, the State Government of Victoria through their Together More Active grant, but partners of Croquet Australia, the Australian Sports Commission and Sport Oz, and sponsor of Croquet Australia, Parbury, have contributed to their share in the event. And I think we are still watching these two brothers warming up. So perhaps if my co-commentators, the commentators for the first part of this morning, Wade Hart in Queensland and Serena Savall-Hewitt, would like to give a little bit of background on how these two players got to the final today. Let's start with you, Wade.
Good morning. I'm looking forward to this match. The two brothers battling it out for the Australian title on Mother's Day. So I wonder who will be the object of their mother's affection at 3 o'clock this afternoon. But both of them have come from opposite ends of the draw, hence they've met in the final. Robert defeated Jamie Gumbel in the semi-final, and Malcolm defeated Gary Phipps in his semi-final. Both progressed through to the final after some tough, tight games in the semis. So we should see a right royal battle between these two in the final today. There'll be no loss of brotherly love between these two on the court.
Like Wade, I am too looking forward to this competition. We're at the pointy end of something like 9 days of doubles and singles at the Croquet headquarters, Victorian Croquet Centre. We see Robert there again, resplendent in white. Our referee on the side there is Terry Wilson from our Wangaratta Croquet Club. It looks like they are about to start. The 5-minute warm-up is finished. I'm sure that they have played each other many times before. I do know that we have the brothers playing each other in association croquet on video. It has been live streamed. I'm not quite sure if we've seen it in golf croquet, so this might be a first. Thanks to My Sport Live, we can see one of the mobile cameramen there on the side of the court. I imagine we're about to start shortly. Now, there's some games also going on in the background. As mentioned yesterday, competitors come from all across Australia to Canley to play in these major events, and if they're not successful in getting into the knockout block, they do like to continue playing, and the tournament managers make every effort to continue consolation events and plates and basically making courts available for players who want to play at the Victorian Croquet headquarters here. So, about to start. Over to you, Wade.
Yeah, we just saw the coin get flipped in the air. Someone would have won it and someone would have lost it. The person that won it will take play and will be the black and the blue. So we'll see who that is. The referee Just reminding them, all mallet hits must remain above the belt, no grappling, and have a good fair fight. And so it looks like Robert won the toss and will take the first shot in this final. So it's a best of 5 final. So the first to win 3 games will take the Australian title in golf croquet. And off we go with the first blue ball of the day.
I believe matches are untimed. We could go to 5, but it could all be over in 3, as you've said. But we're still in for a morning of great croquet.
Yes, especially as both of these will have a very good knowledge of each other's games. So there won't be any surprises that either of these two can pull on each other. It'll be down to whoever can perform the best on this day. And it's been a good start there from Robert. He's gone and plonked his blue ball right in front of the hoop, which has forced Malcolm to shoot the red just off to the left.
Do you think, Wade, because they know each other's game so well, that they'll have spent some time mulling over how they'll approach this game last night and put a bit of thought into it, thinking, I know Robert's going to do this, Malcolm will do something different? Or they'll just approach each scenario in front of them?
I think that they'll just play each ball as it comes. We're watching 2 of the best players in the world, so there's not too many things they wouldn't have thought of previously. So I think today will just be primarily about execution of the simple things.
Are they both using their own manufactured mallets?
Yeah, it seems so. The new black mallets, Malcolm's is a square mallet, and Robert seems to use a rounded mallet, which I think are the 2 designs that they've created. And of course, the good sponsorship for their own mallets. We'd all love to play as well as the Fletchers, and if only they had like some sort of ball-seeking technology in the actual mallet head that would make us all hit straight, then they really would sell millions of them. But here we have Robert lining up for the first hoop of the final. And cleans it against the right stanchion.
Mm-hmm.
It does look like it bounced out directly in line, blocking that red ball from the black. Bit of an angle, but it still could be forced through. So I think the only option for Malcolm here will be to try and get that red ball to plonk in front of the black ball, blocking it from the hoop.
Oh, and what a shot.
Very close. Will we see a jump or a clearance? That's the question.
Jump.
First morning, lovely touch there from Robert. He's certainly got his eye in early.
Pressure on Malcolm to clear the blue, leaving the red to clear the black.
He's somewhat got a clearance on that, but his yellow ball has disappeared. So the 2 options that Robert could take here would be an attempt to push his ball through the hoop with the blue, or to take position knowing that yellow is across the other side of the court for its return clearance.
Yes, a long clearance.
So Robert took the safe
They do
option
play.
there, just approaching with blue.
They do play quite quickly, don't they, Wade? They don't waste too much time deliberating.
That's true, but they also are very careful and deliberate and thoughtful. So it's a happy medium between the two. They never seem rushed or hurried, and at times both players will take time to consider their actions if they're needed. But if they've got a plan and they're executing the plan, then it doesn't take them too much fluffing around.
Putting another hoop runner in place.
Yeah, especially early on, Robert's just deciding that the best course of action is to force the opponent to keep making the plays, and eventually, by his logic, a clearance will be missed, and that'll allow him to have another go at this first hoop.
Are we seeing a playoff for third and fourth in the background on the adjacent court between Jamie Gumbrell and Gary Phipps? I think we'll just check in the background as the camera swings around there.
Yeah, I saw Jamie standing there, so that must be that game. For the best non-Fletcher in Australia. So Robert with his second attempt at this first hoop. And this time there's no mistake.
Mm-hmm.
So first blood to Robert. You can see there his lovely follow through, head down, body still as he swings towards the hoop. A perfect example for all croquet players on how to take a shot at the hoop.
Nice position from Malcolm.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit angled.
Yeah. And you can see the advantage of running the hoop well from Robert as well, because his blue ball is already down there about 4 yards away from that red ball, ready to put some butter and Vegemite and have it on toast.
Yeah, good defensive position.
That's the difference between a good player and a national level player, is when they run the hoops, they don't just run them, they get them up to where we see this blue ball here, because immediately, this is his first shot after running the hoop, he's ready to clear the red ball immediately. So Malcolm will
I think there's something
revenge.
we can. I was going to say, I think there's something we can learn from watching these brothers play, is that they always take the opportunity to check all angles, don't they? They walk across the court, check where all the balls are. They don't just walk behind their striker's ball.
Yes, indeed.
They must walk. They must walk kilometres.
So that red ball is snuggled right up to the black ball, giving Robert a bit of a headache here. They must be touching. He's going to play a croquet shot, looking to clear the yellow with the black. But of course, the red as well is pointing back towards hoop 3. So in playing this croquet shot, he will be advancing Malcolm's ball towards the next hoop. It didn't quite come off for him, which I'm a little bit surprised about. But Malcolm with the give me hoop here to make it 1-1 at the beginning of the first game. If these first 2 hoops are any indication of the rest of the play that we'll see from these 2 today, we're in for a treat. So we noticed there that when Malcolm took that shot, even though he was only a few centimetres out, he didn't stab at it. He followed through and hit the ball with purpose, making sure that he didn't manage to rattle it and get stuck in the jaws, that it was going to go through.
That's an interesting position for black. Could be blocking blue.
Yes. I think it's as much a temptation shot. So Robert put that ball in to see if he could tempt red into clearing black into the open court, which of course would leave
blue.
Sorry, yes. Got my orders of colours wrong too early in the morning. Blue is going to dispatch red, leaving black sitting there to make the hoop if yellow can't hit the return clearance.
The organisation for this event has been phenomenal, hasn't it? Somebody has to be there to set up hoops in the morning. Tournament managers have to stay ahead of the draw the entire 9 days. All the referees. It's just a huge logistical plan, isn't it?
And the amount of players as well that have to be coordinated across all the lawns and scores recorded and courts allocated and even things like sandwiches made and
And of course, My Sport Live have joined us for the last 3 days of these singles, and there's been some great croquet.
Yes, they do a wonderful job streaming these games. They streamed all the... He's got it too.
Good shot.
What a shot from the other end of the court. He couldn't have had a longer shot, and he's hit it. Dead center as well. If you and I did that, it would be luck. When Malcolm Fletcher does it, it's deliberate skill. So Robert's looking to clear yellow and get his black to stay in front of the hoop. That would be his ideal. No, he's going straight for the hoop. And judging by his disappointed look, that ball sailed past the hoop all the way down to the far boundary, leaving now yellow with the chance to take advantage.
Well, this is almost a break against serve, isn't it?
Yes, blue was the first ball to this hoop.
Oh.
Malcolm was being cautious there, knowing that the other ball was down the other end of the court and playing in to try and get position, but sadly it was slightly overhit, so it's gone off to the side. And blue's come in, so the reason why blue was played into the side there was so that if yellow clears it, it's only going to one of the close boundaries.
7-yard hoop
I don't think he's
attempt.
going to make the same mistake twice here. Yeah, he's not going to make the same mistake twice here. He's going to take this hoop on. Oh, if that went through the first one, it almost went through the second. It's hard to tell. No, it must have missed because Robert's looking to play up towards hoop 2 again. Sometimes these balls come with such speed that it's difficult to tell if the hoop was actually run on the broadcast feed.
What will yellow do here? Block black or block blue rather?
Yeah, we've just got our answer. He's going to plonk in front.
Could
Robert's
be an in
eyes
off.
have lit up here. He's seeing an in off here. You can see how carefully he's judging his angles. Didn't quite come off. Of course, we saw him do a clearance and put his striker ball in the first hoop, but he couldn't quite repeat the trick there. But he does have control of this hoop back again after losing it, and Malcolm having an attempt at the hoop. And after that attempt, the control then switched back to Robert. That's a good approach back up. Robert's not going to take the hoop on. He's going to dispatch red because he thinks he can get a stop shot and get it to plonk back in front of the hoop.
Very technical croquet term there, Wade, isn't it? Plonk.
Yep.
We have bobble in the hoop, dribble through the hoop.
All the good onomatopoeias.
So Robert uses a version of a standard grip.
Yeah, and his brother uses the Solomon. Of course, they both were introduced to croquet by their grandmother, even before they were teenagers. And less than 10 years later, Robert became world champion. I think he is the youngest world champion in croquet history, if at least in association. Malcolm missing that return clearance. So Robert is wanting to prevent yellow from clearing this blue or running the hoop. So He's likely looking to snuggle up just in front of it to wreck its chance at having a shot. And I don't think he has. I think it's gone just off to the left as he looked at it. So Malcolm now has a chance to get rid of this blue that's sitting 1 foot in front of the hoop. He makes no mistake. Blue comes back, not that far from where it just was cleared from, perfectly blocking Malcolm's red ball. I think he's also decided that yellow can see the blue. So he's going to dispatch the black ball. I'm not sure that's where he would have liked to have put that black ball. I think his brain had a different idea to what the balls ended up doing, because now Robert should be able to put this yellow ball all the way into the car park.
It's amazing how quickly dominance at the hoop can change, isn't it? As a commentator,
Yeah,
you
so
think, oh yes, this player has...
Yeah, I was just about to make mention of that. We'll see it all day, where one of the players will work very hard to get a shot at the hoop, and then it's almost like cashing in your chips at the roulette wheel and putting it all on black. And if you win, you get the hoop. If you lose and you miss the hoop, chances are that then you've given control over, because we can remember Malcolm taking the shot at the hoop and missing, and then before that, Robert taking a shot and missing. So when a shot's taken at the hoop, it really is getting all the effort that you've put into the previous shots that work up to that and laying it on the line, because if you miss the hoop, likely at this level that the other player then will get control of it. So now we swung back the other way, and Robert has the chance to make it 2-1 in the first game. No mistake that time.
Clear through. How far did Robert's blue ball go down towards hoop 4? Because red has quite a long shot to hoop 4.
We will see when the red comes down. It could be on the boundary, actually. Red just past the hoop. So Malcolm will not be best pleased with himself there. One of the cardinal sins is putting the opening ball past the hoop. So Robert here is looking to see if he can get the black ball wide from red behind the hoop, which he just didn't quite manage to do. And Malcolm, not learning from the first ball, or is that a block? Sometimes with the Fletcher boys, you think a mistake has been made, but really they've just done something that we can't actually understand. So that could have been a block to stop blue clearing the red there. But whatever the case is, Malcolm, who had the first ball down to this hoop, finds himself immediately on the back foot because of that red ball going past the hoop. So So he puts it where he would have liked it the first time.
Black will take the red, do you think? Yellow will have a difficult shot to blue.
Yes, it will depend. I would imagine that yellow can see the blue. If Robert's having such a close look at it, no wonder we really can't tell from there. I think what he's going to do is try and wire his own ball from the yellow. So he's trying to nudge this blue ball just a little bit so that the hoop's in the way and yellow can't see it. There's some 4D chess for you. Not too many players would have come up with that solution for that problem. He must have hit it too hard because Malcolm's gone, thank you very much, and smacked it right on the bottom.
No trouble hitting from boundary to boundary, do they?
No, and with such ease there, you look at the stroke that they use, and they have a very smooth stroke with a nice follow through, still body, nice solid stance. And Roberts hit his own ball sadly for him, leaving the red ball right in front.
Back on serve.
Yeah, so this shot here will make it Desmond. I'm determined to make that a thing. Desmond 2-2. So Malcolm's done well after putting his first approach ball past the hoop. He managed to get himself out of that situation and level it up coming around after 4 hoops. It's so great watching the slow-mo of the Fletcher boys taking their shots.
It's been something like a 7-year collaboration between My Sport Live and Croquet Victoria. So we're seeing the great camera angles, the overhead views. Wonderful way to watch live streaming.
Yes, and I think the cameramen have actually become quite croquet aficionados because in general they do an excellent job of following the correct balls and showing us the bits of play that are actually what we want to see, which for a layman to croquet is excellent work on their behalf because it can be a little bit of an esoteric game at times. So well done to the My Sport camera people.
Right, we're down to business now. Malcolm's taken off the top fleece.
And he's wearing an England shirt, so he's just lost himself some supporters at home now who are now cheering on his brother after he's ripped off his top to reveal an England shirt. So he must have swapped that probably during the McRobb Shield, I think. Oh, certainly made him hit straight, though.
Yes.
That was a lovely clearance. Those in the gallery in front of the clubhouse would have heard the perfect thunk of a solid ball-on-ball hit there. Robert not
Very
feeling the vibe,
precise in
so
his
he's
routine.
restalking. Yes. It's something that I can take a lesson from, is if you're not feeling the vibe, restalk it and go again. Oh, that was unlucky.
Oh,
That was heading
dear.
straight for the
Unlucky.
yellow. Yeah, it was heading straight for the yellow, and the court said, nah, I'm going to troll you. So this will make it 3 hoops in a row here for Malcolm. And it's got past
No,
the post, and it'll be...
Robert has hoop 1 and 3, and Malcolm has now 2, 4 and 5.
Numbers, too early. Yes. Robert did get the hoop 3, didn't he? So two in a row, but it could be 3 because he will have run that hoop and just got past the peg. So he'll have immediate control over hoop 6, as we can see here, with yellow right in front of the hoop after running 5.
Not any longer.
No, although the positive from Malcolm's point of view is that in clearing yellow, the blue ball did disappear over to the boundary in corner 2. And that black just past the hoop. Of course, Robert would have liked to have stopped that in front of the hoop. Nice touch from yellow. Oh. Malcolm feeling good about his play at the moment. He's had a series of good shots. And he'll be looking to dispatch the black. And with the yellow in front of the hoop, that ball could be close to wired there. And in good sportsmanship, Robert's just confirming with Malcolm that that's exactly where the ball went out, because he knows that he would have been playing for the wire. So if he got the wire, which from this angle it looks like he might have, he might need to go through the hoop, or perhaps he can see it down the side. Either way, it's going to have to be an accurate shot to dislodge that yellow from right in front of the hoop.
What a shot.
Yes. And I was just told that Malcolm ended up with Jamie Birch's shirt after the McRob, and Jamie Birch beat Robert in that McRob game. So Malcolm trying to get into his brother's head here by wearing the Englishman who beat him in the McRob's shirt. So, yeah, there you go. A bit of trolling of his brother. So thank you to Liz Fleming, who just informed me of that little funny fact. So he'll be looking for a nice stop shot here. Blue travelled a little bit further than perhaps he would have ideally wanted. Of course, he could still come back and Croquet, but I think what he would have liked would have been to really be controlling that hoop, ready for a very close stop shot, but not quite the case.
Defensive position for red.
I think perhaps Malcolm might have been looking to play it back in behind the hoop there so that he couldn't get cleared, and it might have stopped just a bit short. But of course, I'm not a Fletcher, so sometimes they do things that are just on a different plane of tactical thinking to us, but I would imagine that was what he was trying to do. So neither player at the moment wants to be the first one to be a sitting duck in front of this hoop, perhaps. Malcolm's decided he's going to be. And I have a feeling that
That's all we can see.
Robert could be lining up the red.
I was thinking red was going to dispatch black to the far boundary, but if that's not the case. No, yellow.
Yeah. Yeah.
A great deal of manoeuvre till they just get them. Oh, this is different. I thought he would dispatch black.
Maybe Malcolm's decided to play a more unorthodox or an unexpected shot to change the pattern of the turns, but he's given Robert here a chance at an in-off. Almost, but not quite. Yellow seeing if it can hide from black using the hoop. You see that a lot in the high-level plays, using the hoop as a method of preventing the opponent's balls from clearing you. So it's something to practice next week on the Social Tuesday games when you go back to the club. Is if the opposition ball is behind the hoop, see if you can spot where you could play the ball in front of the hoop, using the hoop itself to protect your ball, because you see that that's one of the primary tactics that these top players will be using throughout today.
Oh, Captain Black see red. Even Roberts. Ground level view.
Yes, or can black see yellow? That could be the one he's looking at. Because if he can see yellow, then blue can get rid of red. But if he can't see yellow, then it could be doing the second best thing and clearing the red. We'll find out. And he must have thought he could see it, but he couldn't hit it. So now Malcolm needs to decide, will he try and stifle this shot or will he clear it to the boundary? Looks like he's picked a spot on the boundary, trying to wire blue from the red using hoop 2. I think he's even asked his brother or perhaps the referee to make sure that the blue ball, when it goes out, is correctly positioned, just in case he manages to nail this wire clearance. Yeah, there's the referee. So if it's not wide, it's close to wide. It just shows the accuracy of play that both these guys aspire to, that they can clear a ball to the exact point on a boundary half a court away that they aim at. Of course, this is a big shot because if blue misses here, it's 4-2 to Malcolm. And that's a significant advantage in what will prove to be a close competition throughout today.
Malcolm's third hoop in a row.
Threw the ball. Yep. That England shirt came out and he's on a run. Again, we see even though he's not that far from the hoop, there's no stabbing at it. Follows through, nice contact on the ball, head down. So while these players are echelons above the vast majority of croquet players, there's something that can be taken from their play for all of us, even if it's just on Tuesday morning social play. We've talked about wiring behind the hoop is something to look at doing. And then the other one that we just have seen a couple of times is even on the short shots at the hoop, half a yard out, is to strike the ball with purpose and to follow through. Not so much blasting it, but not stabbing at it. Getting the nice forward roll on the ball so that it doesn't get stuck in the hoop.
We have seen a couple of instances where Robert has promoted his partner ball into either a block, an attempt at a blocked position, or into a better position. That's something that not a lot of social players do.
Yeah, so hopefully people watching it today get some new ideas for some fun tricks to try, because that's what we all play croquet for, is to enjoy it. And these sort of more unorthodox plays can be fun to regale to the other players at morning tea time. So we're going to see a jump here. Oh, and it has gone through. What a jump. That was so close to red.
Oh.
He had to get it up over a very close ball to red, and he's done it. What a great shot. That was a big play. Up over red. That went higher than the level of the hoop, hit the stanchion, had a spin on the ball to bounce down and then go through. What a spectacular shot. Yes, it's worth seeing a second time. Absolutely brilliant. So So Robert stopping the run of Malcolm there, who had got 3 straight hoops. Now it's 3-4, heading down to hoop 8.
So was that a deliberate ploy, do you think, by Malcolm not to come all the way down because he could now dispatch the blue ball to behind hoop 8?
I don't know, but because they're the Fletcher boys, you would just say that yes, because usually if you think something's a mistake, it's not. Although that red, I suspect, is a little bit further than Malcolm would have liked. Yes, I'm always a bit hesitant to try and attribute strange things to mistakes with these top players, because sometimes they're just doing things that we don't fully comprehend. But the next series of plays, it'll become more apparent as to what the tactics that they're using at this hoop will be. Oh, that was in the middle of the hoop and was rejected like an ugly man at the pub at 3 o'clock in the morning.
I was surprised Malcolm went for that hoop. I honestly thought well, maybe he couldn't see the black ball with the red, and that was all his only option.
Yeah, either way, it now presents Robert with a chance to tie the game up. And he's done just that. Yes, that was a big series of 2 shots there, because had Malcolm got it, it would have been 5-3. But as it stands now, it's 4-all. And these two going head-to-head like heavyweight boxers. You can see the spectators not just out in the sunshine on the lawn, but also behind the windows in the heated clubhouse, enjoying the great croquet that these two are putting on.
Doesn't appear to be much wind either.
No, it'll make for a great day of croquet. And the other good thing about all these spectators is that very shortly we're going to have some players who have played in this competition come and give us some of their valuable insights in commentary as well. So I think we've got Shane and Marty coming up in 10 or 15 minutes to take over from us and give their insights into this really close and tense final. So Robert here with the chance to again take the lead. Really taking his time with this one. Malcolm, and he's run it and got all the way up the other end. So he takes the advantage again up to the far end. 5-4 now to Malcolm. We've seen runs of hoops in this game. First, we saw Malcolm get out to a 2-hoop advantage and then Robert pull it back. And now Malcolm getting his nose ahead, coming up to the 10th hoop. That ball looked like it drifted right, but it's still in a runnable position, perhaps. Certainly not as directly in front as perhaps Robert would have liked. So if yellow can get a good position here, red's only got a 7-yard clearance on the black back down into an open court. Yellow has got the position beautifully. And so we'll see a vital shot here, coming up here, where red will be looking to clear that black down the other end of the court, leaving yellow sitting there ready to run the hoop.
We do have spectators watching this game from the balcony at the Victorian Croquet Centre, a wonderful vantage spot. You get a lovely helicopter type view of the show courts in the middle there. It's actually a
Almost
wonderful
as
place
good
to
as the
watch
streaming
croquet.
view. So here's this big shot, clearance on black. And he's got it. So yellow's, after getting nudged by blue, is by no means a guaranteed hoop. But at 4-5, it's a shot that Robert really doesn't want to let Malcolm be taking, if he can hope. He could be wired. He's looking at it a little bit carefully to see what shot he's actually able to play. He's a bit annoyed, hands on hips. I suspect hoop 5 could be blocking his clearance shot.
Yes, you can see careful thought here.
Maybe he's trying to will that hoop out of the ground so that he can get a shot at the yellow ball. So he mustn't be able to hit it, so he's just coming up to rejoin the general group of the player. He's even played halfway towards hoop 11 should Malcolm make this hoop. So this will give Malcolm a 6-4 advantage, which means he only has to win one of the last 3 hoops if he gets this one.
Oh!
No! And in annoyance, he brushes the grass off the front of face of his mallet. And so now this gives Robert the chance to level it up at 5-all. I think first he's asked for a hammer. I saw the referee walking across the court there with some purpose. So Robert wants this hoop just tapped in firmly into the ground, ready for him to blast the blue through. We're getting towards the business end of this first game. And this set of 2 shots could well prove pivotable. Here's the man with the hammer. Robert trusting his work. He didn't have to come up and check. He saw his brother brushing the grass off his mallet, so he decided that he'd do it prior to the shot. Taking his time. He knows this is a big shot. 5-all is a much better position to be in than 4-6. And he's got it smooth as a baby's bottom. The flow that these guys have when they shoot at the hoop.
I agree. They pace themselves the entire game, don't they? It's smooth, even paced
slow motion
throughout the
shot.
game.
Bringing his hands through, playing from the shoulders, elbows and wrists quite firmly, not so much locked, but stable. Good clearance. Black has not gone very far and sent red all the way across the court. So that clearance has now, in one shot, switched the advantage of that hoop from Malcolm having the first ball across to now Robert having that black ball close to the hoop ready to clear the yellow ball. So if blue can get a good position here and black isn't cleared, Robert could be ready to take advantage. That's a precision approach shot. If that had gone a little bit further, it would have blocked the black ball from the yellow. But as it was perfect. So now it's up to Malcolm to respond. He did hit the black. Has he hit it far enough? Has he hit it far enough? Is the hoop in the way? These are the questions. He hit it hard enough that even though it just nicked it, it sent it into a position here that could prove problematic with the yellow behind the hoop. If he can see yellow, he's going to have to thread a needle past the hoop. He could see it. Oh, brilliant. He cleared it and he jumped his own ball. We will have to say that was lucky, but it was still great to watch. So now Malcolm needs to clear this blue because it's ready to go. So here we see the replay. Watch this black ball jump over the blue. Dunk.
Big shot from yellow.
Yes.
Yes.
Jenny Clark did some statistics on the winner at 5-all, the winner of this hoop, how many players go through to win the game, going 6-5 up at hoop 11. And I think it was you have a 2/3 or greater chance of winning the game if you make this 6-5 hoop. So a big shot here from Malcolm. And he's missed, sadly,
Unlucky.
for him. And so Robert with the chance to make this hoop and get his blue ball down to hoop 12. I don't think he's led in this match since the third hoop. He was leading 2-1. And then after that, Robert went to a 4-2 lead. And now he's got the chance to make it 6-5.
Which he does.
And yes, he's looking a bit annoyed at that ball. Perhaps it's stuck behind the peg. Apparently, I need to correct myself. As usual, I've mixed up the Fletcher boys, and it was Malcolm that was the 4-2 lead. But now we've got Robert at 6-5. Red with a pretty good position there, although black can see it. So in that case, we saw Robert didn't quite run that hoop as well as he would have liked, but because he has such a great stroke and follow through, he got the ball well through the hoop, even though it wasn't his cleanest shot of the game. Malcolm checking his angle before wandering off to hit the yellow ball. So when Marty joins the commentary soon, he'll be able to fill us in with some of these statistics about how many failed and successful types of hoops at different points of the game lead to certain outcomes. We see all sports throughout the world using statistics to get a better insight into how their games are played, and it's something that Croquet has just recently begun to look more at. That was a close shot. It was a big shot because he was shooting at the clearance ball, which was brave. So now we have Robert. Will he take the red or will he go for the hoop? He takes the red. So Malcolm now in a little bit of difficulty because Robert has control of this 12th hoop. And of course, if Robert makes this hoop, he wins the first game of the final. Best of 5 series. Great positioning shot. But black is right there. If Robert takes this hoop and runs it, he takes game 1. It's got to be tempting just to finish the game right here. Will he give in to temptation?
Good camera angle.
And through it goes, and Robert takes game 1 of the best of 5 final series. So I think now we can hand over to our on-site commentators. Who have we got? We've got Marty coming in and Shane. So they will take you through the second game of this finals. It has been a pleasure talking with you, Serena, commentating this first game. What a game we saw between the two brothers.
Absolutely. Best place to be. Croquet World at Canley.
So I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all the mums. And I look forward to watching it along with everybody else and finding out who comes out on top in the tussle between the two brothers. So thank you very much. And Shane and Marty will commentate on the second game. Bye.
So, hello, we've got a new commentary team here. We've got myself, Martin Clark, and Shane Downey from Victoria is here with his dulcet tones. He's been practicing.
Yeah, first go at this and should be fun.
Yep. Okay, so we're filling a bit of time after the finish of game 1. So Robert's won that 7-5 to take a 1-0 lead. A lot of people have been asking who they think is going to win this. I think the smart money's all on Robert, but Malcolm's been playing well enough to take this to 5, we think. That first game, Robert took early control. Malcolm fought back in the middle, and the statistics were all saying that Malcolm had Robert under enough pressure to say he was in control of the game. Then Robert, as he does, responded and put Malcolm back in his place. Any thoughts there, Shane?
Yeah, look, you've been taking quite a few statistics in that first game. Is there anything that sort of stood out between Robert and Malcolm that made the difference?
Nothing enormous. There was a period early in the game where Malcolm had many more errors on the sheet than Robert did, but they evened up as the game went on. But Robert did look slightly better than Malcolm in just about every aspect of the game, but only slightly across the board. And of course, I've left all my statistical stuff out there unattended, and Ethan's just got hold of it, so look out. There'll be wild statistics for the next game coming up.
Now, the playing styles of Robert and Malcolm, obviously two very good players, but there is a bit of different play between the two of them.
Yep.
Malcolm does play a little bit of a different style of game to Robert. Do you want to describe that?
Well, Malcolm was much more aggressive early in the game. He went for the longer shots. I guess he was forced into that, but he chose to shoot from further out than early in the game, which is what he did yesterday against, get this right, against Barry Jennings. He had a little patch in the game where he chose to take the over 7-yard clearances rather than do anything else, and had a patch where he failed about 6 or so in a row, and then converted back to positioning more frequently and rolled home and won the game quite comfortably from there.
Yeah, I could his game that he played against Gary Phipps in the semi-final, his second game was an exceptional game, very aggressive at the hoops, and he didn't miss anything.
Yep, that's pretty much what the stats showed in that competition as well. Gary was coded as slightly the better player in the first game, although Malcolm did win the game, and then Malcolm pretty much destroyed him in the second game.
We see Robert here. Both these players have not won the Australian Open over the last couple of years. It's been Gary Phipps who's won the last 2.
No, Gary's only won the last one.
Has he?
He made the final against Robert 2 years ago. And then he beat Jamie last year after Jamie put Robert out in the semis.
Well, I stand to be corrected.
I'm hoping that's right as well.
He may surprise you.
I'm sure there's a history book lying around here somewhere. Just
now, with Robert and Malcolm, they've just come off an AC tournament up in Brisbane, up in Queensland, and again they played each other in the final, and Robert was the victor in that one.
I'm not across that one, but that tends to be the case in the Fletcher family. It's usually Robert that's got his nose in front.
They seem to play each other quite a bit, don't they?
Well, Robert and Malcolm are playing each other quite a bit at the moment because Greg, of course, is living in Germany. So he's not playing a lot of croquet at the moment. I think he's into some sort of computer design or some sort of website design business.
Now yourself, you've taken on the role of the Australian coach. Have you seen anything here with our younger fellas and that may have some potential to get there and play some good croquet in the next couple of years?
So quickly before they start this second game, well, first of all, I'm the high performance manager, which technically isn't the coach. There is no coach. And I wouldn't profess to try and coach these two guys because they're way better than I am. But younger talent, well, this has been a much younger demographic event than we're used to in Australia, with the Fletchers back in and the Gumbrell family and a host of under 21s and some regional Victorian players who've appeared who are a lot younger than we normally have hanging around the scene. So yeah, there's talent hidden in Australia. It's just the distance and trying to bring that talent together. It's the challenge.
All right. Well, we're off and running.
Yep. So Malcolm, of course, had right of choice in the second game and positioned nicely. Can't get the exact position there on blue from the screen I'm looking at, but yep, fair bit back and a fair bit of an angle, but no doubt that's where Robert roughly wanted it to go. Of course, with these boys playing each other so often, there's going to be a lot more playing the player here than there is from people like you and I, Shane, where we've hardly ever played each other, and we're guessing a bit about various styles.
Yes, well, we won't talk about you and I playing each other because generally you're the victor.
Well, sorry about that. We haven't played that many times.
We only played twice, I think. I'd say that he's going to go for a clearance here.
Yep, and a near miss. So the early exchanges in Game 2 have started to go to Malcolm straight away, which, having won the toss, you would expect to be in the prime position at Hoop 1. Which, interesting, hasn't been the case at this event. The games that we've been doing cowing analysis coding on, surprisingly, the winner of the toss has actually been the loser on much more than half of the occasions.
Which is a little bit of a surprise, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it is. And Malcolm went a bit hard on that hoop and has bounced away. Still a tricky position for Robert. You would think would be clearing red.
Yeah, Robert's a little bit more reserved or conservative, and I'm sure that he'll take this red away.
Oh, I'm not sure that conservative is the right word. He's more considered, perhaps. Oh, hello. Maybe they didn't take the glad wrap off that hoop because the red's rejected when blue hit in there. So it's a nice touch by Malcolm to have trotted out his swapped English shirt with Jamie Birch's name on the back. And it is quite a nice shirt too.
He's got a lovely touch to the hoop, hasn't he?
It might be a bit of Fletcher family psychology going on there with that Birch shirt, because I think Robert might have lost to Jamie Birch in the McRobertson Shield. Okay, black takes the 7-yard clearance. And we're reset and start again. Can jump in at any time there, Shane.
Yeah, look, I'm thinking about what to say that would sort of get the crowd excited.
Well,
we could talk about your performance over time, but that wouldn't get anybody excited.
Oh, God, no. It doesn't get me excited. There are other games going on around the place. We don't know the results of those, though.
But we did have the third and fourth playoff earlier today, in which Gary was successful over Jamie.
Yep. Gary and Jamie opted for a single 19-point game rather than a best of 3, so they could sit and watch the final, which Jamie's doing up here. Gary presumably downstairs. Fran's sending me some sort of signal, which I have no idea what it means. 6-5 to somebody. Oh, to Addison. Yeah, okay. Judging by Ethan's gesture that somebody's smacking the living daylights out of the ball, that must be Addison he's talking about.
Yeah, so they are playing.
So that's a plate final, which is happening alongside the feature game here. So Malcolm's back into position, and Robert is going to attempt to pick him off again. Once again, a lovely sunny day at Canley, and no sign of the famous wind. Must be the tournament manager using her skills to control the weather. Oh,
that was an interesting shot.
Yeah, well, that was uncharacteristically sloppy, or maybe he was wired from red.
So they sort of feeling each other out on this hoop at the moment.
Yes, there's a bit more tactical work being done here. Of course, losing the first hoop is not the end of the world, and you don't need to panic.
But these two played each other that often. They would know each other's games, know their strengths and weaknesses, and wouldn't really worry them whether they won the first hoop or second hoop.
Yeah, Robert would probably prey on Malcolm's insecurities. Oh, he's given that a fair whack. It's sat back in a nice position, but it's certainly going to get moved from there, of course.
Well, Robert would have the upper hand in tournaments over Malcolm, wouldn't he?
Oh, easily. Robert would have the upper hand over most people. You know, probably
So
even you, Reg, if you're out listening out there. I'm sure he's probably got a good record against you too. Yep. So nice little tappy clearance, which is going to be met with one of its own from yellow, I would imagine. Oh, although this looks like a jump shot.
It does.
So it is a bit deceptive, the angle we're looking at on the screen, and that appears to have missed to the right as I'm looking at it. So, yeah, it's early days in the final, but just to me it looks like Robert is in a little bit more of a better headspace and a bit more control, getting a slightly better outcome.
There's no doubt here he'll have a go at the hoop.
Yep, he's having a... The hammer's been coming out quite a bit today because the hoops seem to have got quite... what's the right word? They're not solid in the ground. They're a bit sloppy in the ground. But that's beyond the control of the people.
And one of our younger referees out there, young Wilson, in his 70s.
That's a little harsh. There has been a few issues getting sufficient number of referees. It's always tough to get volunteers for our amateur sport. But the referees who have been here have done a sterling job under Judy Stewart's capable control. Oh, and another rejection.
Yeah, just on referees, they're very hard to get. That. And I hear that young Ethan has taken up refereeing in the rugby. Young.
Oh, Ethan's a rugby referee. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Don't know that it helps in croquet. It's not too many behind the play incidents happen here. Although maybe Fletcher family match it might. So still, as Shane said, filling each other out around hoop 1 in game 2, getting balls into reasonably good positions, and then after much manipulation, failing the hoop.
Oh, yeah, your second set's a very important one because if Malcolm can take this one, he puts himself in a very dominant position.
Well, if Malcolm wins it, 1-1.
Oh, sorry, Robert.
Robert wins it. He's in a very dominant position. Yes. We would all like to see this go to 5, of course, or at least to 4. Okay, so blue has just promoted black to a slightly better position, which is
very
excellent.
nice shot.
Must confess, I don't recall where red's gone, but oh, there it is. So yeah, he's attempted to promote black to a better running position and perhaps at least some sort of wire.
There's an opportunity here to take both away, actually.
Yeah, if he nicked black, he could take blue as well. And he's got a little bit more of black than he would have liked and didn't get the blue. And again, that hoop has it's gone very soft in the ground very quickly. We keep hammering it down like this, they'll never get through it. It'll be down the ground level.
And the young fella coming out again.
At least it's not like the FIFA World Cup in soccer where everybody turns up just to watch the referee.
Well, yeah, look, referees are a needed commodity. Umpires are needed.
Okay, so it's black attempting to make hoop 1. This time, and the hoop did flex quite a bit there, and you'll see that on the screen. But we're away with Robert taking the first hoop.
Be interesting to see where that black went.
Yes. So the MySport Live people do a wonderful job of covering this for us. Yeah, so black's actually gone.
Yeah, it's not in picture, so
there's a bit of.
Oh, there it is.
Yep, so it's not too bad. It's gone into the field as opposed to the previous hoop 1 in the previous game where he went out towards the boundary. So yellow is a good ball up. Blue is attempting to match it. And as I often think, the third ball in is usually the money ball. This is the one that's determining what's going on. It's got a bit of speed on it, and it's got too much speed. So a bit of a replay of hoop 1 here. I haven't actually spoken to the boys, but I presume they're using their own mallets that they're now manufacturing. The Invictus, I believe it is, mallets.
Yeah, there's a little bit of story with his mallet the other day. He lent it to one of the other croquet players, and he managed to break his mallet for him.
Well, that's handy.
David Ambridge decided to take it out just for a little hit. He brought it back with the face off it.
Oh, well. I'm not sure that that's great advertising for the company making the mallets, or whether it was just a bit of bad use of the instrument. Maybe we should move along from that subject.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so black cleared yellow out, and yellow has now returned the favour on blue. So again, we're resetting at hoop 2. The disadvantage for Malcolm is red was not in a good position. So blue can still come into a relatively strong position. Keep the pressure on. These guys are, of course, they're much more highly skilled than the average croquet player, but hoop pressure, putting balls in around hoops in tricky positions constantly eventually does lead to shooting errors.
And as we said on the first hoop, Malcolm tried a jump shot and he tried a shot in front and missed both, so the pressure does get onto these top players.
Yeah, we're not. Oh. Yep, took that one out. Interesting. Could tell from his body language how successful that shot was, but clearly it was very successful.
Malcolm should take some comfort from that, but I think Rob will bring this one back in again, apply pressure again.
Yeah, Robert is, as I said, he's a considered player, so he's having a bit of a look around. Looked at blue when marking in, came back up. He'll know exactly where he wants to put this. Yep. Just keep that hoop pressure on. Yellow's not that far away, but keep making Malcolm play, make him hit. Try and drag that ball away.
And we can see that the plate's still going on the other court.
Yeah, in the background there, I think it's 6-all, because I thought I saw Addison have a thrash at 13 there, rejected. So Malcolm's declined to shoot this time, put the yellow in. Red is close enough to do some damage to black, so he's putting the pressure back onto blue here.
It looks like he'll bring this one in.
Yep, so blue back in. Red will be taking the black out. Got plenty of elevation on the red as it left there.
Yeah, it did.
The lawns have been a little bouncy all week. Again,
as they've dried out.
Yeah, as they've dried out. This lawn is actually one of the better, well, probably the better lawn.
Oh,
I would
yeah.
say. Yes.
And I would suggest it is, but it wasn't drying out on the weekend, was it?
No, it was a little bit wet in the doubles. The singles has been much better. And this lawn isn't affected by moss or the like. There is a little bit of, looks like fungus, fairy rings around the place, on some, mainly on 2, but I think there's a bit on 1. But as observed yesterday, a lot of the balls are bouncing around a bit, definitely leaving the ground around the hoop sides when hoops are being run, which might lead, as somebody observed earlier today, to the lack of in-offs. A number of people have tried them and the balls have appeared to be going to go through, and then they've bounced somewhat unexpectedly up in the air or spun a little bit to the side.
Well, that was a nice clearance.
Yep.
Malcolm needs to get there and clear this blue.
That's right. Coming back in just probably isn't going to cut. Oh, hello. Doesn't look like he's shooting.
Taking a chance, letting Robert have a look at the hoop.
Yeah, it's coming in without a lot of pace as well.
So,
yeah, a little bit of curl there as it slows down.
I think
That's
he'd be a
probably
little
not
bit
put enough pressure on Robert.
He'd be a little bit disappointed with that shot.
Hmm. Yep. Got it cleanly through, so that's 2-0 to Robert in game 2.
At this stage, he seems to have just got the upper hand here, Robert. He's playing a cleaner game, and he's taking a little bit. His plan and his game plan is working quite well.
Yes. Yep. It just builds the pressure. But I remember back in my younger AC days, Bruce Fleming used to say the best wins come from a long way back.
So that was before World War II?
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Downing. Yeah, you can talk. You're probably old enough to be my father.
Well, I wouldn't know.
Oh, you weren't the milkman by any chance, were you? So while we're watching the replay there, it's thank you to My Sport Live for the coverage, and to our sponsors, Victorian Government, Australian Government, Parbury Consultancy, the Victorian and Australian Croquet Associations. That's a brilliant shot.
That is a...
Yeah, Malcolm's mounted a small amount of pressure and Robert's dealt with that.
I noticed yesterday when he played the clutch shots, he seemed to always get them. That shot
Yes.
that he had to get.
Yes, he seems to respond. He has had moments where his game has drifted off a little bit for a small period of the game. Missed a few in a row against Jamie late in the last game yesterday, and made a few small errors in the first game here today, but yep, recovers from them. And of course you're playing every shot individually, and they won't be too phased about what happened on the previous shot they played. Unlike some of us who like to dwell on things like that.
Yes. Sometimes we can play some good croquet, but our percentages are much lower.
Yeah, well, interestingly, they're not much lower, but they are lower, and making that improvement is quite difficult. That's the old 80-20 principle. You know, you can make up a bit of the gap, a large amount of the gap quite quickly, but the finishing part takes a lot more effort.
And the older you get too, sort of, some things start to fail.
Yeah, that's right. Especially eyesight. Okay, so we've adopted a bit more of an aggressive approach from both players at this hoop, and again, Roberts just hit closer to the centre of the ball each time. Malcolm's just caught the edge a bit more. I must say the courts are looking really good from this angle on the screen in front of us, and the trees around the outside there and the bushes looking very nice.
They are a little bit of a nature watcher, are you, Marty? You love it.
I'll just try and make some small talk.
Oh, right. I think I'd like to see Malcolm play a little bit more like he did in that second game against Gary yesterday, and probably get a little bit more aggressive than what he has been so far.
Mm. Yeah, so they've kind of shadowed each other here on either side of the hoop. Malcolm's got a very angly hoop that he's attempting, and again has rejected. This won't be looking good in the stats that Ethan's doing out there.
No. It's good that you've handed that job to Ethan, because
well, he's very keen. He's a good man, and he can add up. Not like Addison.
Yeah, the accuracy
Getting
of
the thumbs up from that.
the accuracy of his recording sometimes needs
So much as we've got a few spectators watching the final, we've got a few spectators over there who are choosing to watch the plate final, which is interesting. I guess I can switch over here later. Maybe there's too many Fletcher versus Fletcher finals and people are spoilt for choice.
Mm. How do you think a Clark and Downey final would go? You'd have
How would it go?
You'd have people coming off the street.
Well, it would go my way if it went, but I don't think it's ever going to happen.
You'd have people walking in off the street to watch it, wouldn't you?
Or walking out onto the street to get away from them. You're walking out in front of the traffic. So Robert's got a much longer hoop here, but he's taking it on. And another rejection.
We're starting to get to quite a critical point in this game because if Robert does get this hoop, it's really putting the pressure back on Malcolm.
Yeah, and well, I'm not sure how you would play a multiple game scenario, but I think if Malcolm gets a little bit behind in this game, already one game down, you'd be looking to just hit some good shots and try to build some momentum back up to get back into the later games. It's you don't want to let it snowball, but I'm sure again they play one shot at a time, so they're not really too phased about the previous shot's failure or success. Blues comfortably taking out yellow. So we're back to having a ball shadowing each other on either side of the hoop. For the minnows of Croquet would no doubt just put red in front and get smacked, but these boys aren't falling for that, so we will hit you away first, as they should.
Well, if Brett McCarty was here, he'd just put it back over the back line.
Okay, so an easy clearance, but red's probably gone too far away. In a shot like that, you probably want to put a bit more effort in keeping your partner ball, or your ball, closer, and the opposition ball further away. You don't have to hit them to the other side of the line, but you're just going to need to keep your ball in much more of an aggressive position. So black will now go to the other side of the hoop, I would imagine. Still hopefully being a runner, but just to lengthen red's next shot at, and it has.
He's very good at applying the pressure, isn't he, Robert? He just puts the ball in that position and makes the other person do all the work.
Yeah. Well, that's the game, isn't it? You know, play your best shots, mount the pressure, keep the pressure on. But it's that constant knowing where the best place is to put a ball. Too many of us have the ability to play really good shots, but then every now and then they go, oh, you know, that'll be good enough. But you know, it never is.
I think you know where to put the ball. The trouble is we haven't got the ability to put the ball there all the time.
Yeah. Well, it can be a little bit of, you know, this is where I want it, but what am I prepared to accept? Maybe we don't think enough about that. And there's lots of options, and we probably don't always choose the right option. You know, Robert, in particular, tends to take the best option. You know, so blues coming in, there's always a temptation for us mere mortals to try to put blue down the line of black and give black a better shot as a result. But you can also mess that up. Oh, he is doing it. There you go, a nice little promotion.
That was a lovely promotion.
An improved black shot. Brings it that smidgen closer to red, but again, mounting a lot of pressure on this shot with red. And he's taken out the wrong one. So, the pressure worked.
Again, we're calling the ref.
Sorry, yeah,
calling the ref to get there and just tighten that hoop.
Well, not tighten it, but get it more solid in the ground, yeah. So, if anything, Robert probably takes more care and time over his shots. Malcolm, probably more instinctive a player, takes his shots a little bit quicker.
I'd agree with that.
Yep.
And that is rolling down beautifully to the fourth hoop, I would suggest.
So that's 3-0 to Robert. So, yeah, game up and 3-0 up is... it's not insurmountable, but it's This
say-
hill is starting to get a bit taller.
And I'd say he's pretty close to the... I know he's gone past by the looks.
Yeah, we don't have the benefit of being able to see the whole court until the camera pans out, which makes it a bit tricky in here on the screen. But it's a great thing to be doing all the same. Having the live stream going out.
Good for Croquet.
Yes, hopefully we've got lots of viewers.
I can imagine that there's a...
Because with
plethora.
here, Shane, we would get extra viewers, of course.
Although I would suggest that the word has got around that you and I are on, and obviously a lot more viewers at the moment.
Yeah, people are signing up in their droves. As it somebody used to say on the ABC about they used to this is here for the benefit of you, the viewer, and that could be taken as meaning that there was only ever one viewer. So blue came in, gave yellow a bit of a nudge, and now red's coming in. And again, as he did at hoop 2, he's just got a bit too much speed on that.
Yes, his touches are just fallen away a little bit compared to that first game.
Well, you know, again, Robert, he may be his brother, but he's still a croquet player who puts an enormous amount of pressure on you.
I was impressed yesterday when he was playing, and that how well Jamie played against him. She kept her composure very well.
Yes. Yes, the Robert's performance was brilliant in the semi-final, but Malcolm was probably a little more, although a little more up and down the game, a lot more clinical in the finish against Gary. And of course, Malcolm did win the doubles earlier in the event with Ed Wilson from South Australia.
These are the ones he's got to take.
Yes, so, and once again we've got a rejection. So yeah, so it's not unravelling, but Malcolm is now starting to rack up a lot more errors than Robert, which the thinking analyst probably would have predicted would happen at some point, but hopefully not as early as this, because we do want to see 5.
It was very similar to their recent AC tournament. They had Robert won a number of his 26-0, and then in the final, the last 2, he took off Malcolm 6-0, I think.
Well, you paid a lot of attention to AC for a GC only player. Well done.
Yes, I'm being conned in to sort of have a go at AC at some stage, but
oh, brilliant!
Lovely.
So yeah, that has just bullied that through. If it didn't want to go too bad, you were going. So 4-0 now to Robert. So Malcolm needs to find a way back, whether it's in this game or whether it's in the next 3.
I think what he's got to do now is just get there and set himself up for the 3rd.
Yep.
And start to have a bit of a go to try a couple of little different subtle things to try and get himself back into it.
Yeah, it's not too bad. A good safe approach. Possibly could have gone a little deeper and used the yellow as a pre-existing blocker on blue at red. There's a replay of that ball saying, I don't want to go, but being forced.
Gee whiz, they definitely hit the hoop hard, don't they?
Yes. Well, you know, these hoops do hill off a little, not as much as some of us had expected before the competition started, but yeah, hitting the ball at speed does help to take that out. And of course getting a little bit of spin helps with the quadway hoops. Okay, so a black ball position just there has to be dealt with, so yellow is going to take that out, which may be part of Robert's devious plan that he can get a shot at red with blue.
Nice little clearance.
Yep. But again, yellow's nice, but maybe take a bit of pace off the shot. Black will still get to the boundary and yellow will be that little bit closer. Oh, blue is ignoring the red and just coming in. Some consternation out here on the veranda. I don't know what that means.
Well, maybe Roberts.
And red has bullied its way through 5. Malcolm looks a bit disappointed because he probably would like that up near 6, given that he's so far behind at 4-1 down.
Maybe Robert's thinking was that Malcolm had been missing a couple of hoops, so he threw it in there just to see
if he can miss another one. Or maybe he just wanted to show us how well he could. Or maybe Black's drifted past a bit. We shall get a better look. Yeah, Black has just drifted a little past, but that's nothing that he can't cope with. And red, as you can see there, he is in a world of pain. It's only staggered through the hoop, and blue is right next to it, ready to lay some sort of nasty block. I'm pretty sure that yellow will be dealing with black because there's a fair chance red won't be able to. In fact, yellow might actually be dealing with red to get red out, so it's got a shot at something. Yep. It's not brilliant, but it's enough. Blue may still block it or smack it.
It could be that blue might take care of that red, I think.
Yes. So something for the lower level and up-and-coming golf croquet players is to think about in positions like that, actually freeing up your own ball, which is what Malcolm was attempting to do. Because if you don't hit the longer shot with yellow, then you're not getting one with red.
Robert will be hoping to advance his blue down towards the black.
The yellow didn't actually go to that bad a spot. It's short of the peg, but it's out there on the straight line. Oh, well, that's interesting. So that was blue has come rocketing up in the air possibly out of a hole, or maybe Robert was standing a bit close on the shot. See, the score hasn't updated yet to 4-1, but I think we'll get that sorted now. Yep, cheers, thank you. So Malcolm's going to have a bit of a good look at this.
I've got a feeling he'll bring this one in.
Looks like the entertainment in the background has ceased. That's not the plate final lawn, the one that we're looking at there. That's Barry Jennings was playing up there in some sort of consolation game.
You're playing Chaz, Quinn?
Chaz, yes. So that would have been a fast game because they're two very fast players.
They went to 3.
Oh. Well. So the consolation games all started at 8 o'clock or thereabouts this morning, and the main show here, well, nice shot. The main show started at 9 o'clock. So Malcolm's head in. So a slight turn in his fortunes in this game, having managed to get hoop 5 and a little bit more into the action here at 6. Maybe we'll see a massive comeback.
It would be nice to see that, but the way Robert's playing at the moment, I can't see that happening.
Yeah, Robert has had a few games where the opposition have got a little mini run going against him, but he always seems to cope. He had the challenge thrown to him by Jamie yesterday. Damien Hadfield, one of your Victorian regional bandits, took it up to him in, I think it was the round of 16 game.
Yeah, one of our young and up-and-comers, and he's only been playing a few years, and you would like to think that he could get to the Vic squad level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Damien did a bit of commentary here. Oh, bit of commentary here yesterday as well. That's Malcolm's taken that shot from just back past the peg, so that's about 4 yards, and has again bounced out of the hoop. So the hoop success rate for Malcolm in this game is going to be extremely low at this stage. If I can get Ethan's attention, he might actually tell me how many he's rejected. There is a slight delay on the commentary, so Ethan will get there eventually. Or not.
No, it doesn't look like he's...
Oh, hang on. Okay, so he's had 6 attempts to run the hoop so far in this game and only made 1. Okay, so Malcolm bringing his red back in. Robert's looking relatively relaxed in his standard croquet player stance. Oh, nice shot. So red's taking out the black. Okay, so it was a nice clearance, and again we've reset. Black will be coming back in. Bit more of an international level type feel to the ball positions here at the moment, where ball comes in, ball gets hit, ball comes in, ball gets hit.
But Robert, he's just bringing it back in and just continually applying the pressure, isn't he?
Yep. Yeah. And why wouldn't you? You know. Okay, so black came into a nice position. Yellow has matched it with a nice position of its own. And blue's coming in.
He would like to wire himself on the red here, but...
And that's it. Brilliant positioning. It's exactly where you'd like to be to make a hoop, and it's pulled off a mystery block on yellow as well. And judging by where red is, well, I don't think it has, but there's half a chance that blue could have blocked red's shot at black.
No, I think you need to go to Specsavers. I think
I'm pretty sure blue has not blocked the shot, but it almost did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's
Specsavers.
That's all right.
Yep, nice shot. He got black, but he hasn't got black very far away. So smart money is on Robert here, with blue sitting where it is. That black is going to take care of yellow, and there'll be a hell of a lot of pressure on yellow's shot, or this will be another hoop to Robert. Looks like Kevin McGlynn from the ACT there in the background.
Yeah, looks like he's lost.
He's lost as in he's lost a game, or he's lost as in he doesn't know where he is.
Oh, well, Kevin was my partner in the doubles, and apparently we came 4th.
Yeah, apparently. Well, we know you came 4th. All right, nice clearance by black, taking yellow out to the boundary. So we've got about what's that, 10.5 plus the angle, about 12-yard shot for yellow back at blue. Otherwise, another hoop may well be lost.
But the way that Malcolm's been rotating, you'd expect him to get this one.
Yeah, well, the camera angle's actually really beneficial here, because we can actually see him lining up, and that looks terrible.
Well, my money's on
But
you.
he does hit across a little bit, and he's missed.
Gee, that bounced, didn't it?
Yeah, it did bounce and spin a little.
You would think that this would be an easy hoop for Robert, taking 5-1 up.
Yep, you would. I don't know what we said that was so funny, but they were all laughing out there on the veranda.
Small things amuse.
Small minds. All right, so Robert's taking care of the easiest part of that sequence of shots, which is to run that short hoop and take a 5-1 lead.
Well, it's looking ominous, this game.
Well, yes. I'd rather be Robert than Malcolm. But stranger things have happened.
They have, but I don't think that's going to happen here.
I was talking to Robert yesterday about a few things, and one thing he said was he always likes to make sure he gets to 6, regardless of how many hoops are left. Because once you're at 6, you're nearly there, and you've got a little bit of potential to survive a few misadventures.
Which doesn't happen that regularly with Robert.
No. But as we know, GC is a very random sort of game at times, and you can be playing very, very well, and your opponent can have that little bit of luck where they do something random like clear a ball and go in off, or double clear balls, shoot at a ball, miss and run the hoop, and that sort of stuff. There's more of that randomness in GC than I think there is in AC.
Doesn't seem to happen in my game, but I have seen you do that quite often.
Okay, so black has positioned himself in front of 7, and yellow
And
is quite a long way away with a little bit of furniture in the way. And he's choosing to come right out towards halfway, which is interesting.
I think he's looking at the...
So I'm sure he's not playing for halfway based on the score.
No, I'd say he will have a go at the hoop. Given the score, he'll have a go with the red.
Yes, and he's hoping that he can pick it off with red and have yellow halfway to the next one, yes. So blue's coming on in. Once again, Robert's usually much more considered than most players, and when we get into our stance and think, well, she'll be right, I'll just tinker with this a little bit, and it isn't, where Robert can force himself to restalk.
He'll be hoping for a block here.
Yes, and that's maybe just a little too cuddly with his own ball there.
I think that Malcolm may well get there and have a go straight at the hoop here.
Yes, I think that's where he put yellow where he did. I think we're not going to die not knowing here. We're going to take red at the hoop and start mounting our big comeback. Oh, and another rejection. Yes, and now we can see just how tangled up Robert is with blue and black. Oh. Referee's out to tap another hoop.
He must be able to see the hoop here.
Well, maybe the referee misunderstood why he was calling him. So now we're marking. So I would tend to suspect that means that black is going to take on the hoop. Of course, we can't tell where yellow is in relation to these two balls, and as to whether there's another line of play, such as just tapping to a wide position, or some sort of funky little promotion.
Definitely going hoop.
Yep. And another rejection, and this time left, as he looked at it, right hand upright, and it spun onto left hand upright. At 5-1, he's probably not too phased. He might jump over partner ball and not care about not being able to get to the next hoop. But
I think the yellow will get there and remove that blue.
Yeah, red may have some sort of in-off thing going on there as well, but let's see what yellow does. Okay, he's taking out the blue.
And that ball jumped too. He's
didn't get a huge amount of distance on the blue, but probably enough. And yeah, I suspect that he's banking on red having an in-off, and that's the reason that he took the shot he did. And that's what Robert's having a good look at. It's not something that the average club golf croquet player would think about, is playing your blue onto your partner ball. But this may be one of those ones where Robert feels he needs to do something with his partner black so that there is no in-off opportunity for red. Or maybe I'm just getting all excited about nothing.
I think that he might just get there and take the easier option and get rid of that red.
Just get rid of red.
Move it on.
With black not a runner. Yeah, there's plenty of options. I think in the end he's decided he's just coming in. Yeah, he obviously thinks that red's not going in off, and he'll probably clean the black out and carry on in a straight line past the hoop, and so might as well have the blue in as a runner.
Well, now we know why you're the high performance manager.
Let's pace off, and he went for it, and he's replaced the black with
that's not
red in the
runnable.
same dodgy spot.
Yes, as I was saying, now we know why you're the high performance manager and I'm not.
Probably because you didn't volunteer for the role fast enough.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
Because you've done high performance stuff in your time, haven't you? Been an AFL umpire, trainer, coach.
Coach, yeah, had a little bit of fun on the way.
Yep. So you're the man responsible for all those people who can't make a sensible decision at games of football.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The umpire's there to stuff up a good game of football, and we do it quite well.
Oops.
Oh, that jumped again.
Yeah. So yellow
Is it the way he's
has
hitting
taken on the hoop again and, has rejected again.
his last three?
Getting the thumbs down from Ethan.
Yeah, up and coming young referee of rugby football.
Yeah.
The last three shots of Malcolm, he's had the ball jump. Is there a reason that he may be getting there and hitting the ball a little bit?
Oh, just lots of reasons why that could be happening. The obvious one is the court condition. We know that there are little bobbles and holes and things on the lawn which are going to affect the ball from time to time. But it could also be how he's hitting the ball. Yeah, he might be hitting it coming through swing a fraction early, fraction late, or off the side a little. There's lots of reasons. Okay, it's positioned blue to take out red if red just sits in front rather than having to jump it, perhaps. Doesn't look like red is going to be doing much damage to black.
Or has he put a block on the yellow? We don't know where the yellow is at the moment, but...
yeah, you distracted me with some silly talk.
Quite good at that. Well, you brought the umpiring situation up.
Yeah, that was silly. Yeah. There's a lot of consideration here for this. Can I get enough of red to clear black? Can I materially affect black here? No. So we're just popping in front. So, is black going? It doesn't look like black's jumping. No, just tapping to the one side, holding position in front. And that's probably why he put blue there, was ready for that shot. So that blue could do nasty things to red. And yellow has this high pressure, long distance shot again. Hit it quite nice, but somebody put a hoop in the way. So yellow unfortunately has not impacted on black's position, and this really does give blue free rein to hit red anywhere it wants and go anywhere it wants itself.
Well, looking at what Robert's looking at the moment, I'd say he's going to try and put that red so that the yellow is a blocker.
Yes, so anywhere on the far boundary is probably going to do a reasonable job of blocking red's shot at black through yellow or even hoop 6.
And if he does that, I'd say that he's going to try and progress his blue down to the next hoop.
Yep, absolutely. You can do a lot here, and you can get a lot more. There we go. Lots of distance on the red, and blue more than halfway down to the next hoop, which he may actually be slightly disappointed with. He might have thought he could have got more on blue.
I think he's concentrating on making sure he got
Both
that
players
block.
having a good look at where the ball crossed the line, which will be vitally important. And Malcolm looks like there was a bit of a side there and a bit of resignation that this may actually be a really awful shot.
He's got to hope, though, I think, that he can get that yellow and push it on to the blue.
Is that what you're calling? Well, that's a big call. So it is a little hard to tell from this angle as to whether hoop 6 is impacting this at all. My feeling is it probably isn't. And that red will go past on the right of hoop 6 as we look at it. And did. And actually missed to the low side. So he had a bit more of yellow and possibly black than we thought. But in the end, distance was Robert's friend and Malcolm's enemy, and this should be a fairly simple tap through for 6-1. And of course, a tap through for Robert means he'll have this down at hoop 8. There he goes. So score moves along to 6-1 to Robert.
He's looking at it.
And we can't see it, but everybody's getting excited, so he may have run 2 hoops in one shot here.
I would say that is correct.
For black to end up there, that could well be the case.
It is?
Yep. Everybody's heading off, so So 2 hoops were run in the one shot, and the score is 7-1. The second game is 1.
Very clinical performance.
Yes.
Very well played.
Yes, very nice.
I think poor old Malcolm has got his work cut out from here.
So two hoops in one shot happening is an extremely rare occurrence. People always seem to be trying for it when they probably shouldn't be. But we've now seen that happen here twice in 2 days. First hoop of the semi-final between Malcolm and whoever it was, Gary. Or actually it might have been the quarter-final between Malcolm and Barry, where Malcolm ran 2 hoops in one shot. So game over. And there's our little sponsors logo coming up with MySport Live and Croquet Australia. Parbury Consultancy. The Victorian State Government. Your friends, Shane?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Big fan.
Fan of the Victorian State Government. Good man. Yep. The Australian Government, probably even bigger fan of them.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, talk
Australian
about it.
Sports Commission.
Talk about it over tea every night.
Yep. Sport Oz.
All right, so summing up over those 2 games at the moment, it looks like Robert's...
Well, Robert's disappointed me. I was hoping that Malcolm would get one of those 2 off of him. So we're still hoping that Malcolm can impact the games a bit more than that and get us into that elusive 4th game, maybe 5th.
Well, maybe he's thinking we'll change too because he's got nothing to lose now, so he can have a little bit of a go.
Yes.
Try a couple of little different things, but if he doesn't change his game at the moment, and Robert should...
Well, yeah, I mean, it's easy to say the game's not working at the moment, but is it not working because Robert is playing that much better, or is Malcolm a little off?
Look,
his
hoop running wasn't special in that game.
His hoop running was very ordinary, yes.
So he needs to get there and improve that, and there's only centimetres in it, as Dennis Committee would say. Centimetre perfect.
Yes. I knew you'd sneak that in at some stage.
Right, well, he's one of you blokes, isn't he? Bloody Western Australian.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with West Australians.
No. And you don't want to talk about West Coast at the moment either, do you?
No, I don't want to talk about that. We can talk about the cricket. We won all of those again 2 years in a row. Yeah.
So, what does Malcolm have to do now?
Oh, I think he's just got to... We know Malcolm's a quality player. He's just got to be the quality player when it matters. We know it's all about focusing on one shot at a time and getting that shot right. That's what you have to do. And if you get one shot right every time you play the shot, the results will come. They'll take care of themselves. Okay, they're coming back on already. So they're planning on having an early finish one way or another. 2 games to nothing to Robert. Got people making all sorts of hand gestures here to us. Addison's just come back from the plate final in a chirpy mood, so he must have won.
And I was hoping that young Ethan would get a go at this commentary because...
I'm going to bring Ethan in now.
Mm-hmm. So Ethan Gumbrell will be coming in and joining us shortly. So back to the game. 3rd ball coming on. Game 3.
It's been an absolute pleasure, and we'll give young Ethan a bit of a go at this now.
All right, so while they change headphones, I've got... Oops, lost the balls again. So we've got the blue ball coming on now.
Hello, Marty.
Hello, Ethan. Did you code that game correctly this time?
I hope so.
Good man. I need as much help as I can get doing that. I had been flying solo mainly. Alright, so 4th ball on is blue with Robert, and he has cleaned up the red. And that is an excellent shot, and certainly putting out a statement that 2-0 up, I'm not backing off at all. Going to make my brother suffer. A bit like William and Harry. It's a little bit of the ginger in Malcolm, a bit like Harry.
Yes.
Alright, so red ball back in. Drifted past the hoop line, so black has a sight of the shot. What distance are we calling that? It's about 5 yards?
5 yards, yeah.
Dead in front.
And last game, Robert had a good statistic at hoop running. Yep. Looks like he got that one.
Yeah, certainly hit it with speed. No, I don't know that he did get that one.
No.
I think you've misled me already. Let's have a look in the replay. Looks like it was a little bit to our right as we look at it. Left as we look at it, sorry. So, anyway, go back to the serious stuff. Malcolm's done a nice little promotion. Has 2 balls in front of the hoop. Going to punish Robert's miss. So you're about to hit me with a whole lot of meaningless statistics there, Ethan, were you?
Yes, so last game, Robert had a 70% run percentage. And Malcolm only had 12.5%.
Wow. That's very good. What else can you tell us from your chicken scratchings there?
So I haven't gotten all of the statistics out, but Malcolm Fletcher, under 7 yards, he was hitting all of his roquets.
Right.
But at distance, so over 7 yards, he got only 58%.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so back to the game at hand. Blue has just opted to come in, and red is just going to attempt to make the hoop. So all very good. So all very sedate all of a sudden at the start of this game. Red has decided to jaws, that's easier and stronger, and hasn't got red completely in the jaws, so black down the other end of the lawn. A good quick maths there, Ethan. 35 yards less 7, 28. A good 28 yards away.
Yes.
Shooting at a slither of red. And to get that slither of red, he's effectively got to run the hoop from the wrong side. So this is ultimate back of the hoop tactics here. Ooh, no.
He just misses.
Yeah.
Almost looks as if he was...
misses on the rebound as well. So
looks like he was almost going for yellow there.
Yeah, possibly. Why not?
Could have given him an angle with blue.
Yeah, a little bit of an angle to do a clear, a bit close for a jump shot. Anyway. So, yellow. Are you peeling red, or are you coming off the blue down to the next hoop, or are you just powering the blue away and thinking happy thoughts?
Well, the priority for Malcolm is to hit blue away to a position where he can't run.
Yep, but he's...
Robert
he
can't.
said, what does Ethan know? I'm going to peel this.
Yes.
Yep. And he's peeled it at a nice pace. Yellow's gone out of the way, which is good. Where do you want it? Then the red appears to have gone past the next hoop. Oh no, it's off to the side. Well, it's controlling up there, and he's 1-0 up.
That's what Malcolm needs. He needs to be in control of this game.
Yes. So 1-0 to Malcolm in the second game. Robert has also come up just a tiny bit long. Not an ugly position to be in.
Oh, it makes Malcolm rethink whether he wants to take that blue ball.
Yeah, I think he's taking it out. Probably going to take the pace off, get the blue out, and hope to hold red in a strong position in front of the hoop. He's certainly taken the pace off, and he's gone to the wide spot across the hoop by the look of it. You couldn't have helped yourself, could you? You would have smacked that living daylights out of that other ball.
Oh, I would have tried to... I certainly would have hit it. I wouldn't have hit it that hard.
Yeah.
Can't do that anymore.
Okay, so the blacks come down to a reasonably nice position in front of the hoop, sitting back a bit. A small but growing gallery of spectators there. One or two of them actually watching the game. So the yellows come in and may have pulled off a little mystery block here on the black. And as always, Robert's going to give it some consideration.
Looks like he's going to clear yellow here.
Yeah, and look, it's an encouraging ruffle of his shirt on the breeze. Maybe the famous Canley wind is about to turn up.
Oh. Hopefully not.
Alright, so blue's gone back to a defensive position in front of the hoop. And given that red is almost immediately going in front, would suspect that red could not see black to do anything about it. So at this level, red sitting there and blue sitting there, that's not a strong position for red to be in. Down at the lower levels of GC, having a ball that tight in front of the hoop is usually a strong position. So what do you think's going to happen here, Ethan? You're the man who likes to plan.
Might try and bombard yellow into red.
Really? Okay. And I think he did try to do that.
Just came off.
Just cut it across just a little bit. Or he may just have been cutting yellow to a position where yellow couldn't see blue. Like many sports, it's always good to sit here and second guess what you think people are going to do, and then they do something completely opposite. Oh, well, that appears to have missed. He had all of blue.
Yes.
Yeah. So blue will now take care of red, or maybe completely ignore it and run it on the inside if he's got the room to do that. Well, I suspect he's clearing, although it is really hard to tell from how he's lining this up. Yep, he's clearing. Yep. So max distance on the shot that he could give. Mount some more pressure.
Looks like Malcolm might just come in here.
Okay. And he is. Yep.
Force black to either take red or take on the hoop. Looks like he'll go for red.
Yep, not much hesitation there. Straight onto the shot at red.
No, I think black was a bit too wide to run the hoop.
Yep.
I would imagine red would be wide from blue.
Right, so by Robert's lofty standards, that's a little sloppy. Got rid of the red, but black has gone past hoop 6, so it's a fair way away. And allows yellow to come up relatively unopposed. It's coming up with, it appeared to have a lot of pace on it, but it's actually going to be very nice. Yep, more than happy with it. Although blue is relatively close.
Robert will want to keep his ball straight in front after this.
Yep, and
but
he
he
hasn't.
cuts it.
Yeah. So first task moving yellow achieved, but blue has gone a long way away.
Malcolm very quick to just come in and has come a little too wide potentially.
But still good enough. And he is beginning to mount a little bit of pressure here, which is good. It seems, you just coded the last game, so you were paying a lot of attention, but it seems the pattern has changed a little bit here at the start of this game.
Malcolm's had full control of these two hoops.
And drawn a miss. So black has missed red. Gives Malcolm the chance to bring up a second runner. Tighten the screws a little bit more at hoop 2. Again, it's a nice weight.
Very nice.
Yep, nice smooth weight, nice position. And of course, the other ball had vanished a long way away on the previous shot. So we can't see the whole of the court at the moment, but is there a chance this is a, no, I'm going to say is this a double, but it looks more like it's actually a good block by yellow on this shot at red.
Oh, it's got quite a large Croquet to make. In last game he was only 40% with these.
Only 40% of these. Phew.
To Robert's standards.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he's picked off the yellow, so it was a very good block.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, that's still a successful clearance.
It certainly is. And red has managed to hit that much smoother than in the previous game and takes a 2-0 lead.
Looks to me Malcolm's taking a bit more time with his shots this game.
Yep.
He's approaching it and has got a bit more smoothness in his swing.
Good.
And that looks to be paying off.
Okay, so Robert coming in front of hoop 3 from distance with black, and that is almost perfect, I think. Happy with that, Ethan?
I'd be happy.
That's good.
Tells Malcolm that I'm in control of this hoop. You change it.
Okay, so Malcolm's coming in also. This looks to be a bit fast. Yep. It's gone past to a position that's not horrible, but it's probably a yard more than he would have liked. And Blue also seems to be coming in at pace. Yeah, but that's pretty good. So I don't know if it's my imagination, but the balls seem to be dying on speed-wise a little quicker. Maybe a bit more friction on the grass. Haven't been mowed for a couple of days.
I feel they would have sped up if anything.
Okay.
Because the morning dew has lifted.
Okay, so Red's shooting and hitting.
That's a good shot by Malcolm.
Yep, so Malcolm is responding in this game. In this particular hoop, I think I'd still rather be blue and black, but you know, at least the challenge is being put out there.
You'd imagine Robert would be trying to send yellow back to the other side of the court.
Absolutely, I think blue's a good enough runner that he just wants to get yellow up a fair distance away.
Ooh.
Oh,
He's
it's
cut
probably
it.
going to work, but there was a bit of a cut that took the ball near blue.
Might even be lucky and have gotten a wire.
You know, Malcolm's not, as he does, not spending a hell of a lot of time looking at it. Ah, okay. So it looks like I'm being relieved and Peter Freer is coming in. No, it's okay. That's fine. I don't want to hog the limelight. Okay, so I'll be handing over to Peter Freer. So Ethan, keep you all amused in the interim.
Yes. So Malcolm just missed that Croquet on blue, leaving with Robert with a shot on the hoop. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you. Good to be here. If you can't be playing, you might as well be commentating.
Yes. Or may as well be tracking the statistics. It's hard work.
It's jaws and it's not centred. Does have the opportunity. Black could think about putting it through. It's at the right angle. But it's not your first option.
It's almost more frustrating for Malcolm that it hasn't gone through.
Because you
Now
can't
he's
see
got it.
much of it.
He's got to deal with a big problem. It just goes to the right of the hoop.
Yes, he must have been, instead of trying to hit it at the back, because even if you get it out there, you end up back over past hoop 2. So he must have been trying to drag it out from the front.
Yes. Trying for the tiny area of blue he could see.
Yep. And then trying to put yourself out in front of the hoop. And Robert's not doing anything silly about trying to hit blue.
No.
Have we talked about the significance of the Jamie Birch shirt?
Yes, we have. Oh, it's a good mind game.
Yep.
But it hasn't seemed to be paying off quite yet. But there's still time for Malcolm to change it around. What
Beautiful
a shot.
clearance. Yeah. Because it wasn't centered, any contact was going to punch it off the leg and away. So he's actually put it all the way past hoop 2. Excellent.
Still, Robert puts in a second ball and keeps control of the hoop.
And very careful to keep it so that yellow's only hitting blue to the near boundary in front of the hoop. Red clears back to the border.
Blue doesn't quite make it, but
Red.
red,
Yep.
yes.
Pete Landry is very, if you're coming more at 90 degrees, coming up behind the hoop, and you're doing that to make sure you put both balls out so you can't be cleared back again.
So is that why he hits quite hard?
Yeah. So in this situation where yellow's clearing blue, you want to make sure that yellow goes out so that it can't be hit.
Yes. Although the scenario is, if Malcolm hits blue to the corner, Robert would have an angle to hit red down to the corner 4. Which might be the case.
But he's taken that risk. And in fact, I think...
It's probably not the best shot to
No,
play.
you'd have to cut red. But Robert's just keeping it simple, coming back in, doubling up. And he'd be hoping... Oh, no.
It's too wide.
Yep. He was hoping to also put a block on yellow. Always try and do more than one thing at a time if you can.
So Malcolm's probably going to try and change the dynamic. So clear black with red. And then when it gets to yellow's turn, try and run the hoop. Ooh.
So miss hit, put red out in front of the hoop. Sorry, put black out in front of the hoop.
We're not getting our colours right now.
No, we're challenged.
Looks to me that Robert might be shooting here.
And rebound. So he hit the right hand side from his point of view, and that had so much force on it that it's almost made it over to the west boundary. So now yellow shoots.
Might just come in here.
Yep, he's changed his mind. And he stayed back enough so that black's only clearing him to the near boundary.
Yeah. So now it's changed the dynamic of this hoop from presumably blue and black being the danger balls.
So Robert's getting down, looking carefully, seeing if he can jaws it.
Looks like you think he can. Oh.
And bounces out.
trying with red? Are you?
Going for the black. Oh, sorry, the blue.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a pocket if you hit it right.
Might even go through. Oh.
Managed to get inside, came off the leg, pushed blue straight back out.
That puts blue and black back in control of this hoop.
Yep. So we're seeing a bit of hat adjustment.
The hat's very important. Keep the sun off.
But it's also an indicator of pressure.
Ooh. Clears his own ball.
I didn't see that, but I think yellow might have gone into black. Would have been blue. Ball confusion again.
You're not doing well. Malcolm gets rejected by the hoop.
And you see the hoop move.
Yes.
It's now about an inch back from vertical position.
If this match does get to the next game, they may need to repack a few of these hoops because they look to be getting quite loose. Now Malcolm doing a mid-pace clearance for him.
He just wanted to move blue away and make sure that he went out somewhere close to keep control of the front of the hoop. So consequently Robert's staying very close to the boundary. Just taking a defensive position in the corner.
You would imagine Malcolm would go near the boundary, the north side.
The Egyptian position.
Yes.
He didn't actually go out, he was about a yard inside, but directly opposite the hoop. And that was probably just a little bit longer than Robert intended. So Malcolm doesn't trust that yellow won't be cleared across to corner 2, so he's taking out that ball. And misses.
That makes Malcolm's next shot so important for this hoop. Not only is red on the boundary, but it's behind the hoop, giving Robert the opportunity to wire if he wants to.
And
Robert
nice
takes
cut.
a close boundary, sends yellow a long way away.
It's only halfway along the boundary.
Still a long way.
And we just saw red miss.
True. And Malcolm hits it.
Yep, no
What a
mistake this
shot.
time.
How do you think this game's going to go, Peter?
I was hoping it was going to go the way it started and that Malcolm could level, or at least get 1-2. But this hoop's sort of digging in, and I think the game's going to be pretty slow from now on, or pretty careful. You?
Malcolm's looked better to me in this game, but I think he's got a little bit more to prove.
So I think he's putting a block in. Oh no, he's taking out blue. He was
He's
trying
missing.
He was trying to nick off blue, just push it out a bit further out of position.
He's also playing his red ball from inside the boundary. Yes. Could be ruled as playing a dead ball.
No, it's playing out of position, but it wasn't to his advantage, so you let it go.
Good thing someone here has their referee's badge for croquet.
Very
Robert goes nice and close.
Yep, and just a little sag off at the end.
But that's alright, blue's there to block it. So now Malcolm's got a shot.
Yes, well that sag actually made it more difficult for yellow.
Yes. Could even be intentional by Roberts.
So I think yellow's just going in.
No, I think he's clearing.
And
Oh, that's a shot.
That's very nice, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's become the trademark of Hoop 3. Nicking Robert's ball and going out of the near boundary.
Robert wants the hoop to be hammered in more.
So in Egypt, kush means I want it tapped. Shukush means I want you to bring out the sledgehammer. Because their hoops are so not firm in the ground, despite the huge carrots. They have 3-foot carrots. And they certainly put them in using a sledgehammer. But yes, no Egyptian will run a hoop without getting the hoop tapped.
That's something I learnt at World Champs.
Yeah. And they're not very impressed when Australian referees just go tap.
Oh.
So it could be worse. The commentators having their photo taken through the window
Yes.
by our adoring crowd.
So they should.
All 2 of them.
How often is a commentator wearing a Pikachu onesie? I think the people heard me.
Playing beside the hoop. Very cute.
Robert might try for the block here. Stop blue being cleared. But no, he's just going to come in.
I think he was more worried about yellow running the hoop. So he's put the block in to stop that.
That just puts a bigger target on blue then. But I suppose if
No,
blue wasn't
see
an
Malcolm's
option.
concentrating on getting rid of the black. If he can send the black down the court
Does
and yellow goes out on the near boundary. Oh no, I'm
It
wrong.
was blue.
Well done, commentator.
Yes.
But that's the joy of croquet. There's always more options than probably you have time to calculate. Some of them are a lot better than others. But in the end, you pick one and you execute.
For example, Robert could have chosen to shoot for the hoop, but decided to leave that as black's job.
But he's been very careful to put red where it's wide from black. So one of the features of these lawns has been there's enough little bobble that when you hit a ball hard, it starts bouncing, and it's quite possible then to hit the target ball on the up, and you sky over it, and when that happens, you can go as far as it goes. So it takes a lot of force off the strike. Malcolm's looking at the angle. Channeling Jamie Birch.
Maybe just...
I think there was an attempt to get in the line.
Yeah, I think so too. He can't go flying down.
Yep.
And Robert's getting the hoop hammered in again.
Was loose.
Robert won't just want to run this, he'll want to go flying down to the next hoop too.
And
that's what
beautiful
he's done.
strike. Lovely replay. So a lot of the top players put that ball deliberately to the back of the lawn, and they're aiming to have a clearance back all the way down the lawn. So it's very important that yellow tries to get wide from black.
Looks like he could have done that. Can't quite see at our angle.
No, but you'll find out whether Robert tries to clear or not.
I think he's just lagging beside yellow.
Which is an indicator that he thinks he can clear yellow.
Malcolm just gives yellow the tiniest nudge.
The audience are on their phones.
Gary Phipps, the bronze winner.
Chaz Quinn. It looks like Robert thought Malcolm was in his way.
Robert's got a lot of focus with this shot.
And
Nails
clears
it.
yellow beautifully. So that little nudge that red gave yellow probably did just move it out a bit, where Robert could get at it. And he would have been hoping to get a
block
on blue on the hoop. So option time. Do you go
Red.
the hoop,
For the hoop.
or do you play safe by taking out red?
I think he's going to shoot for the hoop there.
And a reject.
That gives Malcolm a shot on the hoop.
And chance to go up 3-1.
Blue will also be an offside ball.
And Malcolm goes 3-1. And gestures.
Sending Blue over to the west penalty corner.
See the amount of follow through there. His backswing was, his mallet was horizontal. An Egyptian would be vertical. Nice lag in front of hoop 5 by Robert.
Puts it a little wide, but that could almost be a good thing.
I think it's always a good thing to be a bit past the centre line,
I
perpendicular
agree.
to the hoop.
I quite like having my ball just on the 45. Makes the opposition think, do I really want to shoot for this ball?
Well, you can go the full Landreeb and actually put it 2 yards past, and nice clearance. So Pete Landreeb's theory is you put it 2 yards past, so it makes it much less attractive to try and clear it, but it also then forces the next ball in to go a fair way back, and then your ball can come back inside. So it's a way of negating the fact that 4 to 5 and 5 to and 6 to 7 are actually quite short in terms of clearing. So I think Robert's aiming just to push Blue up.
Perhaps that blue ball was the Pete Landry theory. Because Malcolm's come quite deep.
So he didn't get good contact on Blue. Almost fluked it with Black taking up all.
Now Malcolm just putting in a decoy ball.
Exactly.
But it's come a bit too wide.
Well, I think it might be partially blocking the hoop.
For Blue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Robert considering his options. Might just try to push yellow out of the way and take position himself. It'd be quite.
Not sure about it.
Be quite a hard shot. Thinking about it.
So the referee is Terry Wilson. Oh, well, he's put it on the leg. Beautiful close-up. So I think red has to take black, or else black's looking very interested here.
But it looks he's going for either blue or yellow.
It'd have to be blue.
Or, you sure?
No, he went for yellow. But the problem there was that it was always on the leg, so it wasn't going to go anywhere.
No.
And certainly wasn't going to go in the hoop unless it was a magic shot. Whereas if you'd taken blue, I wasn't sure it wouldn't nudge yellow sideways.
With the force Malcolm hits it with, would have gone probably past the hoop.
Well, you put most of your force into blue. It's so that's opened it up for black. So yellow's a long way down and red's wide from blue. And yellow's just coming back.
I think it's going wide.
Yeah, I'm not clear why he didn't come further across in front of the hoop. I guess he was trying to make it very unattractive for Robert to come after him. So it's a very flat angle to try and draw the ball from. We saw Robert try it at hoop 3 and it didn't go well.
No.
And if you make any sort of mistake,
He's going to give it the shot.
yeah. So hit the near leg, bounced out. So
I
think
think
it's
he's
pretty,
still pretty comfortable.
I think black will be taking this.
Yes, but
But it's not great enough.
no.
Robert will be working it though. Just want to be a fraction to the left of centre and red.
They're not quite.
No, when people get nervous, they tend to start centre balling instead of cutting.
Well, hopefully Malcolm can centre this, keep himself near. But he cuts it.
That was the deliberate. He was always aiming slightly off.
Yes.
So that's probably his motive in this game. Just sliding off Robert's ball, pushing it out of position, and then trying to make sure he's gotten somewhere central.
Mm-hmm. Well, between the last game and this game, he didn't take much time to reset and think about a new tactic.
Yeah.
He just knew what he had to do better. And he's been taking the time. He's looked a lot better this game.
So he's tried to get a wide position from black. Don't think he's quite done it. But Robert's having to go down on the ground to have a good look.
Blue might just be in the way enough to stop Robert having the shot. Or maybe not.
I think it's open. Perfect clearance.
Gary Phipps still on his phone.
And his wife Caroline.
I've got a great croquet game to watch, but no, watching Gary.
He's probably following the commentary.
Does that come through?
Too quick for me.
Same.
No, looks like not.
No.
That did look loose. I'm surprised he isn't getting it hammered.
If Robert gets this, he'll be the favourite already to get hoop 6.
Except he'll go way past.
And sending yellow to the west boundary.
Just a blur, isn't it?
Yes. Hit it too fast.
And there's the rest of the crowd who isn't behind glass. So it's a beautiful day. I mean, the weather was so bad, cold and wet during the doubles, and then we've had steadily improving weather all the singles. And that just sagged off at the end.
Nasty turn.
Well, I think you would have hoped to keep it from blue.
Yeah, force black to clear, but Robert will just come in with black, clear with blue.
So these lawns, you just need to play a bit more with safety. You know, stay a yard or so back so that any turn just at the end isn't going to cruel you. If you're trying to push it up right in front of the hoop, you'll end up beside the hoop.
Now Malcolm playing from the penalty corner. Follows your advice and puts it in.
He just joins the mix.
2 yards later.
Well, there's no point in trying to put a block in. And I particularly hate trying to put blocks in behind the hoop.
Well, you've just wasted a ball if you haven't got it.
And it's very hard. The blocks are the hardest thing in croquet. So it's very hard to get it. And as you say, you're on the wrong side of the hoop.
It just resets.
Yep.
Doesn't feel confident with that shot, but try again. Shot.
Yeah, collected it, but not sent it far from black. All the other games have finished, so it's just down to the final. This final.
So everyone's watching them.
Ah, great clearance.
I keep seeing Birch on the back of Malcolm's shirt, and I'm about to say Birch a few times.
Oh yeah. So it's interesting. I mean, croquet players aren't used to having audiences. And I remember the first time I was in a final, I was just quite intimidated by the thought that behind the glass windows were, 50, 60 people, a huge crowd in croquet towns.
Plus
all
a few
just
more
watching
on the
me.
live stream.
Oh, well, yes. But it is a factor. And then you go somewhere like Egypt where you have hundreds of people around each court and they're quite vocal. this idea that people are going to be quiet and hushed.
Is this a jump shot by Malcolm? Looks like it.
And he hit the crossbar. I saw a ball the other day. It came up, hit the top of the crossbar, went vertically in the air, came down, hit the top of the crossbar again before it continued. And so sort of did a double tap just to demonstrate where it had landed.
Oh, that's a great shot.
Blues just coming in. Being careful to observe the 1 yard rule. If your partner ball can run the hoop, don't go within a yard of it. So this is a possible in-off. He'll just be aiming to clear, of course, but strange things happen.
The priority is to clear
Clearing.
black.
Mm.
Anything else?
It's a bonus.
Yeah.
Kevin McGlynn sitting down there, having had a fairly successful tournament.
Looked to be on his phone too.
No, he's been leaping up and down, foxing balls, marking where they went out. So I think he's paying fairly good attention. So a clearance, but not far, and Red's kept going.
Just keeps Robert in control of this hoop.
Trying for a wide position from yellow.
Looks like may have gone too far there.
And he didn't get a wide position.
But now, if you're Robert, you setting up or you having a shot at the hoop?
I think if I'm Robert, I'm having a shot. Me, I'd set up.
Well, it looks like he might just be setting up too. Yeah, just straight in front.
I mean, it comes down to percentages. If you try and do something clever there, like have a go at the hoop, particularly if any sort of speed, and then you bounce off, you're giving it back to Malcolm. Even trying to jaws it can get yourself into trouble. Just a bit long. Great clearance. And close enough to threaten the hoop. Without being particularly vulnerable to black. Ah,
It's just turned.
turned. So Malcolm can't afford to go in because Robert's balls are lurking.
Might be having a shot here.
He will have a shot. And reject.
Be interesting to see the statistics of this game.
Mm.
I've got them all for last game, but this one's been a lot closer.
So Jamie's doing stats, isn't she?
Yes.
Yeah. I thought he might have just put black where yellow couldn't see it and then promote with blue. But he's given yellow a shot. Ah,
Maybe he was wired.
I don't think it was wired, but Malcolm was just touch off and he's bounced off the leg.
Mightn't have had the whole ball to play with.
Now put a block in. And this is where I'm very happy to put a block in because you come into the front of the hoop. Looks like a very nice block. Malcolm doesn't really have much option other than hoping to cannon blue into black.
Malcolm's just deciding what to do. Holding his mouse a bit lower than usual.
The only other thing he could be contemplating is to skim off blue over to hoop 7.
But he's
sort of
going for a jump clearance.
Ah.
Oh.
No, didn't get much height.
Now Robert. Well, I'd like to go through this hoop ideally.
And through, gives the hoop a bit of a wobble.
As usual, ends
So that
up
makes
on
it
the
3
boundary.
all. So now you've got to say Robert's firming up to win this in 3.
He's back in control of this game. He's gotten the last 3 hoops. But that's not to say Malcolm hasn't been playing well.
That was really wide going past the hoop.
Yes. I
think
thought, if anything, he would put it more to our left
towards
side.
the corner.
Yeah, away from black.
It's possible he's trying to just keep it so that even if Robert hits him, he's not going far in the corner. And Robert was definitely trying to cut him into the corner, but missed.
There's Kevin McGlynn, like you said, chasing balls.
Now red went a long way into the corner.
That's the difficulty of playing from the penalty corner. Not quite as easy to judge the...
It's giving blue an easy clearance if that turns out to be a good thing.
What a shot.
Well, it hit yellow, but only in a position where he could think about running it. But on the other hand, he's now got control of the hoop, so we'll probably just take a wide position back over here. Got to remember I'm commentating, I can't just point at the screen. Yep. So it would have been aiming to get a wide position from black. Looks like Robert's confident he can see yellow.
Malcolm might just deal with blue here and now.
Yeah, bit surprised he didn't go out opposite the hoop. And there goes blue and red stays. Great clearance. Ah, yeah. Black can certainly see yellow. So we see the mobile cameraman from the live stream crew. Malcolm Powers from New South Wales watching with Kevin.
He's missed.
Yep.
I'm sure Malcolm would love to do what Robert did to win last game. But the priority is just run this hoop.
Oh, no run. And did you see the hoop vibrate? That takes all the speed off it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
So all these hoops do need to be firmed up, as you said. So Malcolm will be quite disappointed in that. So nice safe, taking control of the front of hoop 8. And red.
Goes too far and too wide.
Yeah, unless that's deliberate. Because
Allison sharp position.
yep, you're giving blue a shot, which is at this level is not good. But if anything goes wrong, you're really controlling, and you can send the ball a long way when you're clear. So this time, Malcolm's much more careful and puts it in what looks like a fairly good block. We'll find out the hard way whether Robert can see the hoop or whether he's just clearing. It was a clearance, but he was trying to see if he could come off the left-hand side of yellow and go through the hoop.
Yeah.
So the carrying analysis that Jamie's doing for Marty, you have to guess what the intentions are of the player in order to grade it about whether it was successful or not.
I think Robert's going for a jump shot here.
I think that's clear cut.
Took off the clips. It's usually a good indication. Oh,
Beautiful jump.
Beautiful.
Really good jump. So when we coach, we try and discourage most players from jumping from any sort of distance on even numbered hoops. But that just doesn't apply if you're a really good jumper and you know you're going to get air. So it's now 4-all. It certainly hammered the hoop.
Yes.
At one stage the Fletchers were making hoops, and their big feature was they had twice as much steel in the top bar as most hoops. And the theory was it made the hoop more stable and less prone to be moved by balls. It had more inertia. But they brought that out just at the same time Atkins quadway hoops had really taken off, so they were just a bit behind the market. And so I'd really be pleased if Atkins quad hoops doubled the mass in the top bar.
So it would stop the hoops from jiggling more, would it?
Yeah, yep. I mean, they're heavier to carry around. there are downsides. And the problem is there's so many quadway hoops already deployed around Australia that replacing the top bar would probably not be a proposition.
No.
But it would be a design improvement on future hoops. Black clears red instead of yellow.
Wrong ball. Now Malcolm must know that he needs to get this through.
He hasn't wobbled the hoop.
He hasn't checked it. Oh,
No.
that's a...
Oh.
Oh.
Well, it was academic because it went solidly into the leg.
So now blue could have a shot on the hoop. I think that's what he'll take on.
No, it's clearing yellow.
Yeah.
Taking control. And that was probably deliberate to come a little bit left. Sorry, a little bit right towards the corner. Makes him less attractive for red, although
I think
he's got to
Malcolm's
he's
not
got to
gonna buy
clear
it.
it. Yeah.
Black's right there anyway. It can give blue a little push if needed.
Not solid contact. Blue's still near the hoop. Red's gone out back over towards hoop 8.
Right, puts it nice and straight. Could always be straighter, but might be wired from yellow.
Yeah, yep.
That's what he would have been aiming for.
Yep. And he's got the happy thing that even if yellow clears him, he's just going back to the near border. And
Like such. But not quite as straight as...
no, he cut him. So there's Owen Dickinson, winner of the Y, which means he's come 9th. Karen Bisley, Jamie and Ethan's mum.
Who's that?
Mark Scruton. Can't tell who's behind the phone.
Georgina Carnegie.
Ah.
At least I think.
So red's come in.
Just a bit
Looks
short.
a bit short, yeah. He might have been trying to stay away from black, but Robert's intent on putting a block in between yellow and blue. So that was an excellent clearance and almost through the hoop.
But almost isn't quite good enough.
No, but at least he stayed round the hoop, which is important.
That forces Robert to
Well, I think he might be wide. I mean, red's not a great hoop runner, but
it's a good clearance on black.
exactly. Unless Robert does it for him.
Of course.
You and I would probably clear our own ball by accident.
How I was playing yesterday, I probably would have missed everything.
So how did your tournament go, Ethan?
Oh, I was up and down. Beat some people, in fact.
Great clearance. Just took red away. You
Yeah,
were saying?
I'm the only person so far to have beaten Robert in a match.
Yes.
It was a best of one, but
Yep.
it's still a match.
Mm.
Yeah, sorry, Jamie.
Well, you beat him every game you played him.
Yes, exactly. That makes it a match. But then I also just had some losses in the block, which didn't get me through to the finals, but I came second in the consolation
Yeah. Well done.
to Mark Scruton.
You can just vaguely make out people sitting inside. So there's a bit of an audience inside, staying out of the wind. And another great clearance. Takes black out.
Or we'll just keep setting up here.
Yep. So he's got to stay back a bit because yellow's got nothing better to do than clear him.
It's gone almost to the boundary.
The Egyptian position.
Now Malcolm will try for the block here. And looks like he's got it good enough. Now with blue, are you having a shot or?
Yep. Red could potentially move black a fair way if you hit it just right.
Yes.
And a miss. Or he
Oh.
must have nicked it onto the leg. Could be good if we had a replay of that one. Michael's looking a bit perplexed about that one because I think he liked where yellow was and now it's on the leg and it's got complicated. Yes.
Yes, he just nicked it.
He was lucky he didn't nick it in.
Yeah. Now, Malcolm looks to have played another block.
I think we might see a jump here.
I quite like a jump.
I guess the other factor though is that if black clears red
There
and
might be
hangs
a
round,
bombard.
well, no, I don't think yellow can make the hoop. So if black can get rid of red and hang round,
Can't quite see it, but I think...
I don't think he's jumping.
No, okay.
I don't think he stayed as close as he'd hoped to either. I mean, from Robert's point of view, that's a good clearing position if yellow draws. And I'm not quite sure where blue is, but it's somewhere in the corner here, so he can't afford to just set up. in front, he's got to go in. He's having a look to see if he could possibly run it, but I think it's just draws the ball. Yep. And that's a little bit back, so makes it harder for black. So Robert will be trying to get it out with blue. So if you just hit the outside, you'll drag yellow out. Often the price is blue goes further than yellow, but
Blue will likely go to the west boundary.
yeah, it depends how much energy it can transfer to the yellow ball. Yep, solidly into the leg, missed yellow.
Now with red, are you going to try and push black to the boundary or just come back and
Come
get a
back.
second ball?
Yep.
But
I'm not
Malcolm,
Malcolm. So it's been a real battle on hoop 9. It's becoming
Yes.
a crux hoop in this game.
there's been a few good battles.
Yeah, well, hoop 3 was particularly lengthy.
Wonder if any of them have broken the shot record on a hoop. But it looks like Robert's going to concede this hoop and
Clear
bounce
red.
off red
Yeah.
to the next hoop.
Yep. So that's one of the interesting things in croquet about when you do stop trying to retrieve a lost hoop. Because a lot of players end up, trying to do impossible clearances and ending up in the back when maybe they should have been going halfway and taking
Robert
the best
doesn't.
position to win the next hoop.
Robert doesn't quite go as far as he would have liked.
And again, Malcolm's not checking that hoop. I think he might not like the result here. Although he doesn't touch the legs, so it's academic. So Malcolm goes up 5-4.
Ends up in a good position.
But you'd think that blue would just go up to a hoop running position, then black's clearing yellow.
Yes.
And knowing Robert, he'll be trying to put a yellow into a wide position. The only thing,
No.
he's gone wide. That's deliberate. It wasn't an accident.
Yes, of course.
And the referee is busily thumping hoops.
Hopefully he's already done hoop 10.
No, there's nothing quite like a referee wandering into the middle of the action and wielding a hammer. And again, it's hard to know whether Malcolm meant to put that ball there. He was going in very tight if it was a...
That looked to have just had a bad roll too far left. But still, Malcolm will go for it.
Nice clearing black, isn't he?
Yeah.
So he's giving Robert a shot at the hoop. In exchange, he's got the two balls nearby.
But remember, blue is quite wide.
Yeah,
I don't think.
It's not a great angle. Another option for Robert is to go down halfway to the boundary, which is what he's opted for. Because red doesn't want to chase him out there, but it means yellow's got to be... And Robert's taken great care that red probably can't hit blue because of the hoop.
Want to have a backswing.
Look at that turn.
But still, it's in front.
It's in front, but you can tell Malcolm's not impressed with that at S. Didn't just turn once, turned twice. Robert's just coming in.
You'll leave blue to deal with red.
So Malcolm's calculating that no matter where he put blue, blue could take red. So he's better off taking the last ball in. And Robert will be working the angles on this, just heading a little to his right. Yeah, but not
quite.
Not quite. But it gives him what looks like probably a wide position from yellow.
So far in this game, we've had 180 shots.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's been quite a battle between these two.
Yep. Because my stats on cowing are that most games have about 70 to 80 shots per player. So they're already up above that, and they're only on hoop 10.
Still tight.
I didn't appreciate until you see Robert casting that his mallet has two constrictures. The barrel isn't just horizontal.
Yeah. They're a new brand of mallet.
Mm.
Look quite similar to the Peter Coles, but something different.
Well, I don't think the aluminium heads aren't. The Fletcher ones aren't aluminium heads, but look at it.
No, certainly not.
But they've got that open thing in the head to reduce the weight near the shaft and get all the weight out in the ends for the peripheral weighting. So that started with Brian Dawson's Millennium, which was the Meccano mallet. And then that's been continued with Peter Cole's mallets and now the Fletcher mallets.
Fletchers. Now Malcolm has a shot to go 6-4 up in this game.
Yeah, which would dramatically increase the chances of it going to a fourth.
And it goes through.
So Malcolm's up 6-4.
It's black to play and he's got a nice close onside ball.
You can see the hoop move. But it's a bit academic because, you would expect black to be able to put a ball in front of that hoop from wherever it is. So you often see players hesitating to run a hoop because they think black's too close, but it's going to get there no matter what. It's a bigger issue if it's onside and able to run the hoop. Then you certainly should think about not running your hoop yet. But probably it's more important if that was blue and going to have the last shot to clear in front of hoop 11.
So already checking the stability of the hoop.
Well, I think he knows that Terry Wilson's been wandering around with the hammer and he was going to call him back if he wasn't satisfied. A bit of stretching. Back stretching. Gary Phipps has wandered upstairs and is currently harassing the commentators. So we seem to have a pause. I suspect Robert's gone to the loo or something. Yep, coming out of the pavilion. And Malcolm's taken the opportunity to go and check every hoop. Some resupply. We could have some product placement there. We had a close-up of what Robert's drinking. So, for those who've just joined us, Robert won the first 2 games, but now Malcolm 6-4 up in the third. Robert approaching hoop 11.
Hoop 11.
And surprisingly, Black's arrived
right in front. Just sending a message to Malcolm, hit this. You'd imagine
so
Robert's next ball.
Would you be trying to hit it with yellow?
No, with red it's much closer than yellow.
And it's important to put a runner in now so that there's a real reward for clearing black. And of course, what mortals fear is putting yellow in as a block from red to black. And he's gone past.
I don't know about you, but one of my tactics is when we're going to the middle and I'm 6-4 up, I just want to be the first ball to hoop 13. I don't care if I can see these next 2 hoops. I have to be the first one to 13. So that could be Malcolm just...
But you don't have to work at that because you will be first to 13 because they need to catch up 2 hoops.
So the problem...
level.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even if I'm 5 all, that means I need to get hoop 11, not 12. But that saying is like I need to play that there's no chance of me putting through the opposition ball.
Yeah. Or finding yourself in some silly position where you don't have a shot back to 13.
That is also correct.
I had a classic yesterday. So somebody jumped me unexpectedly, but they only got through on hoop 12, but they only got through by an inch. So they're in a terrible position for 13. So the hoops passed the wriggle test.
Mm-hmm. Robert's just taking a bit of time with this.
Well, there's nothing worse at this stage than bombing this hoop, and worse is then giving yellow an in off.
Nice and smooth.
Yeah, and only mid paced. He wasn't trying to do his normal one of going through to the back. So I'd say he's only just past the peg. Not even the peg. Yeah. So Robert's caught up. It's now 5-6.
He hasn't quite caught up, but
Sorry, he's catching up.
Getting nice and close.
And
nice and close is what yellow is.
And I'd say black can see yellow. And I think, he wasn't happy with that.
No.
Blue was meant to go in nice and close, and then black was to clear. And now I think black doesn't have a shot. So I think we'll see Malcolm putting a ball between yellow and the peg.
But doesn't make the distance.
And I'm completely wrong. He's gone in close. So that's Robert just checking out what the heeling's like around the peg. So he's just checking as if he goes very close to the peg whether it will roll off. If he decided that was the case, you'd see him double the speed he's going to hit this at. Because it's already very tight. And the last thing he needs is to put a nice smooth ball down and then watch it just roll off and miss yellow by a yard because of the mound at the peg. He might actually be contemplating going straight for the hoop if he can't see yellow.
Well, if you can't see yellow, then you've almost got no option but to go the hoop.
Yeah, but I think he might just have like a half ball on yellow and not a great shot on the hoop, so he might be sort of twixt in between. And the problem with a half ball on yellow is you're hitting it on the wrong side. So
to me, it looks he might be going the hoop.
And hit the peg.
But hits the peg straight on.
So that meant, no, he hit it on the right, so that meant he was trying for yellow.
Yes, it would, yeah.
And now, hoop and game. And hoop and game. So it's 2-1. We're in for a fourth. So the match is still well underway. So I think we're going to everyone's retrieving their pegs. And it's probably time to have a review of where things have ended up. So in the plate knockout, after a close match, Addison Matthews from Queensland, young up-and-comer, I think he's the most improved in the world this year, has defeated Philip DeRugio, who's another new face at this event, 10-6 to win the plate. Runners-up were Kate McLaughlin and Curtis Mead. In the next one, the consolation event, which was a new event this year, where they took the people who didn't make the knockout. And what's happened in that one, Ethan?
Yes, so I beat Richard Hinkst in the semi-final, and Helen Gammon had to pull out, so Mark advanced straight to the final and beat me. We timed out in our first game, and I could not hit a ball in the second, but somehow got 3 hoops to his 7.
So, runner-up, congratulations.
Yes.
So that would make you 18th.
18th sounds better than 17th.
Because of a round number.
Well, it just sounds better.
Okay, position 15 to 16. You got Richard Parks beating Damien Hadfield. So Richard's been around a while, but Damien's a new player who's really been improving this year, and normally we see him as a referee. In the W, what's happened?
Leicester advanced, beating Richard Parks, and that's where he got knocked out to play in the, what was it, 21 or? No. Well, the one we just looked at.
Yeah.
And Andy Barbero, someone who surprised quite a lot of people this tournament, advanced to the final where Leicester beat him 7-4, 7-4.
Yeah, well, Andy's brand new to this event as well. Another new face. So that's the W. Which for those who need help on their alphabetics means they lost the first round in the X and then lost the first round in the Y. Position 11-12, a very close game between Gerda Lambic from Canberra and David Scott from Ballina Cherry Street. Both members of the New South Wales state team last year. So very competitive.
Yes, I heard David had 4 shots at hoop 19 on that one. But just couldn't get them. 3 of them were from the boundary, 1 of them was from 1 yard in front.
Oh, that hurts.
Yes. Sorry, David.
So the Y event.
Your turn.
My turn. So this is for people who lost the opening round of the X and then have played through. So in the end, I managed to get David Scott and Owen got Gerda. So we had a playoff. I found Owen hadn't got going in the first game, but then he recovered his poise and cleaned me up in 3. So that makes him 9th and I'm 10th. The referee's got his rules book out.
Wonder what he's checking.
So in the main blocks, you've got Barry Jennings and Chaz Quinn, with Chaz triumphing in 3 after losing the first. Barry's from South Australia, who's already headed off home.
In the Z, we had Brett McCarty beat Chaz, which put him to the final, and Kevin McGlynn get a nice comeback from Barry. I was commentating that yesterday, and we got the scores the wrong way around. So Kevin did actually beat Barry, and he unfortunately lost to Brett McCarty, which in 3 games was a nice close game.
Yeah. So that means Brett is officially 5th.
Yes.
And the hoop's being straightened. Sorry, the centre peg.
Probably after Robert's powerful last shots.
Yes. So player for 3rd and 4th, Gary Phipps beat Jamie Gumbrell, which was a replay of last year's final.
Yes.
But in this case they're 3 and 4.
That was played as a 19 hoop game, because they opted to play that and watch the grand final instead of do a best of 3 and miss out on 2 games.
Yeah, because that's one of the interesting things about how much we schedule for the last day, and a lot of players don't want to be stuck playing long matches when they could be watching the final, particularly when it's really good play like we're seeing today.
Yes.
So, centre peg's been fixed. So yeah, just to review the whole X, which is the finals. So we had some new faces like Damien, Andy Barbaro. They were the 2 newcomers who made the cut in the final 16.
Yes. It was player's choice, and Damien Hadfield actually chose to play Robert Fletcher first round. Very brave, but I think it's a good call by him.
Yeah.
Don't have much expectation going into that game. If you lose, you lose, but you're playing Robert Fletcher.
So we're having a change in the commentary team, and and so Ethan's handing over to Jamie. Hello, Jamie.
Hello.
How did you enjoy doing the cowing analysis?
It's a bit stressful.
What's stressful about it, Jamie?
You just need to watch exactly what they're doing and not miss the shot, and don't look away.
And get distracted.
Yeah.
And the other problem I have is you have to guess what they meant to do.
Yeah, that's also true. There's been a lot of placement that's sometimes to the side.
Yeah.
That might be where they're putting it, but sometimes is just they have put it exactly where they want to.
Yes, because side placements have become a bit of a feature in the last couple of years. So, we started game 4, and Roberts put blue into a very nice position. Malcolm shot with red and missed. Could have been trying for the rebound to clear it on the return. The Brett McCarty feature. We'll definitely be shooting it with yellow.
Yeah.
There's no cowing analysis guessing to be done here.
No, this is a definite shot at blue.
And red missed on the right, yellow missed on the left. So what's your prediction for this game, Jamie?
I'm not sure. I feel like Rowe might come back in this one.
I think so too. Of course, if he bombs hoop 1, all bets are off. Oh no, it's straight through, down to the boundary, back boundary. And Kevin's off like a greyhound, fetching the ball.
Retrieving the ball.
I've been particularly enjoying watching the replays and things and watching the hoops move.
Yeah, when you're out there watching it, you don't see them move at all. But when it's slowed down, you can see just how much they move.
Mm. And we were talking about how they had to reset the centre peg after Robert bashed into it in the last game.
Yeah.
So it's interesting, if you reset the centre peg at the start, that's fine, but after that you can't reset it, you're playing with it as it is, particularly if it's going to affect a shot. So you've got Chief Referee Judy Stewart sitting over in the shelter there. She's from Warrnambool, so she's come a fair way to take charge of proceedings. So, yellow went a bit far, but almost put in a block.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, I don't think he meant to do that, but it almost got a block.
Yep. So the thing that gets me here is just the constant pressure to get these shots right. Most of us can hit a good shot every now and then, but at your level, you're actually trying to hit the ball every time.
Yeah, definitely. I felt that pressure a lot in my match against Robert yesterday.
Yeah. So I understand that's the first time that Robert's actually beaten you in a best of 3, ever.
Yeah.
And I still remember the Canberra Club Championships where you beat Robert 7-6 in the third. It was a very, very serious club championship. So my turn to hand over. Here's Gary Phipps.
Thanks, Peter.
I'm not quite sure what happened there. I think red must have had a shot at black and missed.
Yep. It's been a very tight game.
Yeah, it's been 3 very tight games.
That's the pressure. Nothing's easy out there.
Hoops are really tight, as I found out this morning.
Yes. That's one of the real strengths of both of these gentlemen's games, is they're able to hit and stay. Yeah, that's probably runnable for Robert, so I imagine Red will have a go at this one.
Depends on where the black ball is.
You can usually tell by their mannerisms that this is definitely a clearance.
Yeah, this is definitely being cleared.
Well, good enough. This is only my second time commentating. I've learnt that trying to predict what they do is not always a good thing.
Yeah,
but
well, this is my first time.
Yep, so it looks like he's going the clearance again. Yep.
And again, just clipping it.
The strength of both of these boys is that their long clearances are excellent.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, it's a lovely approach.
Yeah, really nice, given the position of red and yellow as well.
Yeah, imagine it'll have a go.
Well, you've got to.
Oh, just missed. They both have great routines, pre-shot routines. They're very consistent with how they go about their job.
Black just coming back in as well.
Yep. So what do you think, Jamie? Hoop or blue?
I would be very tempted to go for the hoop.
Yep, I think he probably will too.
Just with both balls in front and red.
Yep.
Up to the side.
Well, he's cleared, and that's a great shot. Yesterday when I played Malcolm, his hooping was just absolutely amazing. He just made them from anywhere, and with power, and bullied a few through the hoops as well. It was a pleasure to watch. So still 2v1, so
Yep, putting the pressure onto Malcolm to clear both of these.
Yep. Okay.
The black might be hidden behind the blue, which is why red has just come in.
Now, Jamie, do you ever jump your own ball, or you'd much prefer to try and block here?
In some situations, I would jump. In this situation, I'd probably prefer a block.
Yep. And his block can still have a runner, so that's great.
Yep.
Oh, it's a great block too.
Yep, perfectly blocked. So Malcolm's probably going to try hit the black into the blue.
Oh, it's just missed. Yep. So, good opportunity for Robert to go 2 up. Great hoop. Once again, just goes through his routine every time. So yellow will be offside. Just waiting to see what Robert would like.
Yeah.
A little bit long, but he'll be able to get that one through.
Robert having a shot and
Yeah.
missing.
Interesting you had to go with the first one, but sometimes people will put one in and then have a go with their second one. So, and he's left him down here, so which is not normally what happens. Normally you send them to the...
Yeah, usually depending on where they are, I'll sometimes just leave them where they are.
Yep.
Because people practice from the penalty spot.
Yes, so they're used to it.
And if you give them a position which isn't normally practiced from, there's less likely to get in the spot. But at this level, most likely we'll still get in front. Having another shot at that red.
Oh, and he's got the blue.
The red.
The red. Yeah, I make lots of mistakes. It's another runner put in by Malcolm. So it looks like Robert might just set up here.
Yeah, we're seeing a similar situation to hoop 2, except the other way around now.
Yeah.
Looks to be blocking the hoop.
Yeah. So just try and nudge black behind and wire it from yellow for the next turn. And
Yep, gentle nudge. Can't exactly tell where that yellow has ended up.
yep. Oh, he's missed that one.
Looked like the blue jumped the ball.
Yep. So has he got an open shot here?
I would assume so, given...
Yes, run that hoop beautifully.
By the sounds of the crowd
sounds
out
like it
here,
might have gone close to the...
Yeah. Close to running 2, but
Yep.
not quite.
So 2-1. Oh, look at that. Oh. Now, is that
Round
runnable? I would say it does look like it's runnable, so...
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's runnable.
So Robert, make a decision whether he can knock it away with his black or whether he'll have a go with blue. Looks like he's going to set up, I think. Oh, no.
No,
Just a soft one, yep. Oh. I found when we've played on that one, Jamie, it can go left or right. It's always a bit difficult to tell. There's that little hump in the middle.
lawns, they do like to roll around.
Yep. So Malcolm's looking like he's thinking Robert can get it in off here, so he's just going to try and find a spot.
Looking to go for a blocking position.
They are both so good at hitting from distance that nothing's safe.
Yeah, you need to have something in the way. No, it doesn't look like that's made it.
Yeah, it's just probably a bit short to block. I imagine this will scoot across the ground quite quickly. Oh, okay. Good chance for Malcolm to square it up. I think Malcolm's just asking for the balls to be marked. He'll try and place red in front of black, I'd imagine.
Okay, so we can see now that the red is directly in front of that hoop.
Yeah, he'll try and block blue, I'd say. Yep. So 2-2. Fourth game in the best of 5. Robert's gone quite deep. He imagines that red will be able to clear him next time, so it's always interesting how they always come set up on the opposite side of the hoop as the ball that's approaching, just to force their opponent further away.
Yeah, if you're on the close side, then if you hit, you will likely end up stopping in front of the hoop as well.
Okay. It's an important clearance. Nice centre to centre. Red stays. What a great shot. Don't have to hit him hard. Just got to hit him in the centre like you, Jamie.
Yeah, I don't hit them hard. I just hit them centre.
Yep.
And that's enough.
Yeah, it's just amazing how far the balls travel when you hit them centre to centre. Oh, there's Janine helping to mark the spot.
Make sure they get the exact position,
Yep.
just in case there's any blocking going on.
So Robert's going to back himself, I think, here to clear yellow. Oh, missed. So Malcolm, yep, see the hoop, go the hoop.
Gives Malcolm a shot to get back in the lead. Or get into the lead.
So that's 3 hoops in a row to Malcolm. That's a good comeback.
And by the power of that yellow, look to go somewhere near the boundary as well.
Yes.
So blue probably looking for a wide spot.
Yeah, and he's probably got it too, knowing Robert. Yeah, it looks pretty close to a wire. Yeah, he's just tapping the thigh, so yep, I'd say he's got the wire. So red will probably have to make a decision now. Blue or the hoop? So taking a long stalk this time.
Not sure what exactly the angle would be on them. If it would give him a double.
Well, I think he's a hoop in front, so if he can make this one, it puts a bit of space between them. Oh, hard to say, but just to the left, I think.
Yeah, looked pretty close and just to the left.
But the great thing about these boys is they're not scared to shoot at each other. Yeah. The rest being kept pretty busy tapping down the hoops. this game.
Yep. Every time they go through the hoop or have a shot at the hoop, it needs tapping down. So black just coming back in. Oh,
Just a
just
bit
right
long.
past.
Okay, so I wonder how much yellow can see a blue, if at all.
From the looks of Malcolm's reaction before, I don't think much at all.
Yep.
Yep, so just coming back and
Ooh,
just sitting in front.
yes.
So that blue does have a angled hoop, but I think it's still definitely runnable for Robert.
Yep. And it may be that yellow will be hindered on going to hoop 7 as well, where it's finished.
But that yellow ball will definitely be putting some pressure on.
Okay. 3-2 to Rob. No, that's 3-all, isn't it?
3-all.
Yep, 3-all. So another tight game. With Robert winning the first 2, Malcolm fighting back in the third, which was a really long game. Some great hitting, great strategy. And now we've got another tight one.
Yeah, that last game was, I think, over an hour and a half.
Yes.
Almost 200 shots in it as well.
So once again, just coming on the opposite side of the hoop.
Robert having a shot at it.
And missed to the right by that time, by the looks of it. Normally you'll have a shot there because if you miss, you're still on the boundary. So
Yeah.
yes, Malcolm was able to squeeze that one through. A little bit long.
Another shot at red.
Oh, that didn't come out of the middle of the mallet that time. So here's an opportunity for Malcolm to run the hoop and get down to the next one. Put a bit more pressure on Robert. So this to go 4-3 up. Beautiful hoop, well done.
And gets it in the...
And I would say the way he's hit that, that's going to be fairly close down to the other end as well.
Yeah, that looked... The pace of it seemed pretty close to that next hoop. See in a second, yes.
Yeah, so Robert's gone wide, so Malcolm can only hit him to the boundary. It's a really smart choice. Trouble being if yellow becomes a good runner, there's always an opportunity for red to snuggle up to black. That's a good shot.
Yeah, sometimes I've seen Robert even go all the way to the boundary to give it more distance to get that snuggle.
Yep. So that's certainly runnable. So we'll see what Malcolm does here, whether he puts another one in or whether he goes for that close one. Can't see the point of hitting him to the boundary.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got the snuggle happening. That's very good.
Right in.
Great shot. Absolutely beautiful.
So
I was able to get one of those on him yesterday and I was very happy.
yeah, and Robert got a few on me.
Yeah. He'll work the angles and see if he can get a collision, but it's really difficult to control that front ball.
Yeah, you have a little bit of control, but very little.
And the referee will be checking the angle that Robert hits off at so that there's the right separation. He's got... almost.
That was very close.
He's a fantastic AC player, Robert, so he knows all those sort of shots, but here we go. This is for a 5-3 lead. Great hoop. Hoop rocked as it went through. He's hitting the ball well again now, which is terrific. So all the pressure now on Robert.
He really needs to make the next 2 hoops in a row.
I'm not sure about you, Jamie, but for me, this is the most important hoop. If you can win hoop 9, it sets you up really well to get hoop 10.
Yeah.
So my goal is always to try and win 9.
I definitely find that hoop 8 to 9.
Well, Robert must have got caught in the curve then, so he's behind the hoop. So here's a really good opportunity if he can get a wire here.
Yeah.
That's looking pretty close.
Reasonably easy to get a wire as well with position of blue. Although blue can then just roll through the jaws and sit right in front.
Yep. So I would say he might have the wire. That's why Robert's put the ball in. And that looks a great shot too.
Both definitely up front. Can't see the positions of them and whether there's any blocking going on.
Yep. I know when you play Owen always makes you do a bit of work. He always likes to put a ball in there to give you a choice, a decision to make. Oh, and you see why black did go in, because red is perfectly wired, so that was a great shot by Malcolm.
And that black didn't quite get a block on red, but
yep.
I think Robert's only choice is
not too many options other than just to come through, maybe. But this is fraught with danger, isn't it, Jamie, if you land in the jaws?
Yeah, you don't want to be stuck in the jaws, you want to get it through.
Yeah, that's a great shot.
Yeah, so that should be blocking the red, which will...
Well, Malcolm's a very good jumper, so...
Yep. Either jump, but it looks like he might be going for the black.
Looks like it.
Clearing black and then leaving the blue for
yellow.
Oh,
that's made it more interesting. Still, Robert can only put him to the boundary, so...
Still have a shot.
Yeah, well, oh, look at the angle he got on that. That's terrific. Terrific
cut
shot.
Over near the corner.
Yep. So, a tough decision for Malcolm. Hoop or clear?
I think clearing blue would be the better option. I don't think black has a long shot.
Yep. Great shot. Just gets great distance on his roqueing. Robert's very quick moving towards his balls. He's always fast around the court. And just looks like he's got a... Yep, that looks tidy.
Yep.
So Malcolm will be trying to put clear blue and put red to the boundary probably.
Yep, cutting the blue so red will have a boundary shot at the hoop.
Ooh, wrong side, but still.
Yeah.
He's cleared it. And if black sets up, then he can always clear it with the next time around.
Yeah, so that now means that Robert can either come in and risk that clearance or go for the hoop, which he's coming in.
That's a good shot. I imagine Malcolm won't leave it there. Unless black's actually blocked blue, he might try to come inside. But this looks like a clearance.
Yeah, this is a clearance. Or not.
Oh, just on the inside. Okay. So, will he have a go?
Yeah, Robert can have a go at the hoop.
Well, I think he'll try and run it. I mean,
Or can come in, put the pressure on with 2 balls in front. Definitely looks
like he's coming in. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, just missed the block.
So
These are the hardest shots I find. After you've just missed a Croquet, you've got to butter up and do another one.
Yeah.
Another 7-yarder.
And Malcolm really has the pressure to get both of these.
And that's a great effort. Still, red's a long way from the hoop. So once again, be 2 in front for Robert, and Malcolm will have a decision to make.
Although I think yellow also has the option of hoop. Or maybe not from that angle.
Oh, that looks a great shot.
Is that blocking?
Yep, he's tapping the thigh, so obviously he's got the wire on blue, and maybe even the hoop.
So
Claire's having a look in the background just to check out the angles.
So what can Malcolm see?
Well, he might even jump. He's got that option. He's a good jumper.
Definitely carefully lining up for something.
Oh, he's hit the left leg. So obviously Robert had him blocked on blue. Stands with hands on hips thinking, but still, it's a tough shot.
Yeah, from that angle as well.
Now Robert will be hoping to get this all the way down the other end. Great hoop, and I think he's just about done it too.
Yep.
I think that'll be in prime position. Oh, it's just run past. But it was a nice controlled hoop by Robert. So 5-4 is the score. So Malcolm's still in a good position. See if he can get the wire here. Well, that looks pretty good too, doesn't it? What an awesome shot from the distance. And that's very tight.
Perfect wire.
So that suggests Robert can see a little bit of red with his blue ball.
Yeah, otherwise would have had a shot at the red.
There's that great hoop running technique of Robert's. And just drifted off to the right. There's a bit of a slope there.
Yellow coming in very tight.
Oh, that's a great shot. Look at that.
Right in front of that hoop.
That's an awesome shot. Beautifully done. So what's Robert got here? Can he see any of red? He might be able to see a little bit of yellow on the side, but he might even be more. Just looking at his line, do you think he might be trying to go behind? It's tough to see.
Yeah.
Yep. Anyway, we'll find out. Yeah. Oh, he's gone there. Okay. Now, I suppose he's thinking Malcolm can hit him to the boundary, so
yeah, that
blue's in a strong position because red will end up over this side. So once again, they're always thinking about the outcome. Right. So he's deciding not to jump.
Gonna take out that black.
Oh, he's going the snuggle again. Oh, what a great shot. There's 3 beautiful shots from Malcolm all in a row. Terrific stuff.
So leaves Malcolm. No,
Yeah,
sorry,
crucial point in
leaves-
the game too, so that's
yeah,
amazing.
Leaves Robert with not much that he can do.
Yeah. Once again, it's hard to control the front ball. You could be careful he doesn't put yellow through. Oh, so what's he done? Is he got close? That's not bad. I think Malcolm will still take the hoop. You're not going to be too worried about black.
Unless, especially with that blue right there, I think he'd be in a jumping position.
Well, that's a fantastically played hoop by Malcolm from those 2 long approaches. Put him in really strong position. So 6-4. So, yep, nice and tight. There's a few little bobbles in this court, so the ball does bounce around a little bit.
Looks like Malcolm's about to have a shot on that blue ball.
Yeah. So I think these boys started at 9 o'clock this morning, so it's been a long day for them. They'll probably be fairly hungry, and hopefully they've been eating a little bit and drinking lots of water.
Best of 5s are definitely very tiring.
Oh. Just missed. It's a bit hard. It goes so fast, it's difficult to tell what happened, but...
Yeah, not sure. I think he was going for that blue.
Yep. So you get the sense Robert will try and block yellow from making the hoop, forcing him to go for blue. So looks pretty good, but hard to tell once again.
Looks like a block on the hoop.
The other thing that amazes me, Jamie, is these blokes get down on their haunches. If I did that, I'd have to get someone to lift me up. It's true, Kate. It's true. Especially that long.
Yeah, I've seen Robert lying down at points as well.
Okay, so decisions made. I imagine this will be a fairly strong shot. Oh, it's just missed. Okay, so this allows Robert back into the game. He should be able to, hopefully once again, he'll be aiming to make the hoop, but also get down as far as possible to hoop 12 and put the pressure on Malcolm.
Running hoop 11 definitely gives you the advantage at 12 as well if you can get it right down.
Yes. Another controlled shot. Where did he end up? So 5-6 now. Malcolm's just getting his directions where he's going to go. I think both his balls might be offside, so I imagine if that's the case, he'll end up over this side. I was playing the other day and my opponent put me one on either side. That was very nice of them.
Yeah, so you don't learn the rules of the lawn.
Yep.
The first one.
Right, so he's left him there, so he's probably have the hoop in the way, so that's a really good choice. So Robert did go a fair way past.
Yep, so Malcolm coming in deep.
Coming in deep, yep. That's his clearance ball, so... Yep. It's a definite runner.
Yep, so that red will be...
Imagine yellow's just going to try and come in and wire from blue.
Looks a little
Oh,
long.
be tight. He might have done it. This looks like a clearance shot, so maybe he never.
Is he going for
Going for red by the looks. Yep, and
Yep,
he's got it. What a
and
great
right.
shot. And puts himself up onto the northern boundary. Such a strong player.
thinking ahead
Most
for hoop
of us normal
protection as
players
well?
would have been just happy to put another ball in, but these guys are just a different level, elite. Thinking the next hoop ahead all the time. So there's a lot more pressure on the clearance this time. You can see Malcolm taking his time.
Deciding whether he... Yeah, I think he's decided that he will go for it.
Yep, this key moment in the game.
He will still have the first ball to 13, but with Robert already up there.
Yep, and it's only 7 yards away. Ooh, he's missed. Okay, so Robert will definitely be having a go at this one with his ball up on the northern boundary legally. So currently 5-6. If Robert makes this, we go to the 13th. Once again, just making sure everything feels right. And a great hoop straight through. So 6-all off to the 13th.
Yep, so if Robert wins this, that's it.
Yes. So Malcolm will be hoping to get probably go on the right side a little bit this time, but this one goes a little bit to the left to right, I think, as you approach the hoop. So I remember last year when I approached 13th, I think it curled into the back of the hoop. That's not going to be short.
Yeah, looks
So he's
pretty
left himself
nice.
a 5-yarder.
Definitely don't want to be short.
No. So what do you think, Robert? Clear or put one in?
I think Robert will be looking at the clearance.
Yep.
From where blue is, it can push yellow to the boundary without a shot at the hoop.
Yep. Oh, I think he's just thinking again now. I think he might. Yeah, might be in two minds here. He might put one in.
Yep,
Oh, what a
so-
great shot. Okay, so Malcolm will be looking to put another runner in here, or even having a go at Malcolm's blue ball. So, oh, look at this, looking good. Yep, so it's there. So, Malcolm's probably got a little bit of furniture in his way. Robert, sorry. So, It's looking really good. Yep, what a great shot.
Up there.
Awesome shot. That is amazing from that distance. So it's difficult to tell whether there's a gap there. There could be. But certainly pressure. 6-all.
Yeah.
Make the hoop. Go to the 5th game. Miss. Robert sitting there with blue in front. Tough. Hopefully at the end of this match we'll have both Robert and Malcolm to come up and have a bit of a chat, which would be great. So here we go. Oh, he's missed. Unlucky. So he took the punch and had a go. Good on him.
Very close, though.
Very close. So, blue for the 4th game and the match.
Blue has a very easy shot.
Yep. I reckon Robert will have a couple of goes at this. He'll walk up and probably go back again.
And
really making sure.
Definitely with all the pressure of winning the match.
Oh, he's done it. Well done, Robert. Fantastic game. Well done. So that Robert repeats his win of 2021. Just make sure today you've got the opportunity to hop onto Croquet Scores. You can find all the finishing positions of the tournament. It's been a great tournament. And Kate's just popping downstairs to grab the winners. Okay, and Kate's hopefully they're going to be down on screen having a chat to the two boys. What a great tournament and a great result for both of these boys. This tournament, we've actually had quite a few of our under-21s come and participate, so it's been really good, really competitive. And I suppose at the end of it, Robert's come out on top again. I actually predicted Malcolm won before the game started because he was awesome yesterday. So it shows you how well Robert plays the game. Really good.
I didn't see exactly how well Malcolm was playing yesterday because I was busy playing Robert.
Yep.
But from the sounds of it, he was definitely playing really well yesterday.
Yeah, he was. His hooping was immaculate yesterday. Hardly missed one and made him with great power, great precision. And we can see Lester out there and Peter Freer talking to Robert. Lester's one of the big helpers around the club, doing lots of the mowing and looking after the courts. Same with Chaz wandering off in the background. So, yeah, what a great effort. And thankfully we had lots of great helpers over the week. Janet Dickinson doing the tournament managing. And there's Kate grabbing hold of Malcolm now. So hopefully shortly they'll be on air. And, great effort by both boys. As I say, it's been a long day for them. A lot of pressure. We've actually been quite good because we've actually had quite warm weather today and yesterday, which is unlike Melbourne when I've come across for this event.
It's been nice.
So there we go. We can see the results of the plate knockout with Addison Matthews winning 10-8 over Philip Duraggio. I actually saw that game and both boys played really, really well. Addison hits it quite hard. I haven't had a chance to play him yet, but he does a really good job on the courts. And Philip is only a relative newbie to the world of croquet, and he plays out of Bendigo. And I had the pleasure of playing him in the block stage, and he hits a really nice ball.
And I haven't played either of them, so I can't exactly say much other than Addison is one of the under-21s.
Yep, and they've had a big year, the under-21s, haven't they? Been across to New Zealand for the Worlds. And
yeah, there was the under-21 nationals at the start of the year, and then the Worlds in New Zealand in February.
Yep, and they had the gold medal as well, which they inaugurated this year, and Addison came second to Curtis, I think it was. Curtis won that one.
Yeah, so Curtis won the gold medal.
Yep.
I think Addison got silver.
Yep.
So, and then Addison won the under-21 nationals.
Yep. So, here we go. Okay, the consolation event, best of 3 games, and in this one we had Mark Scruton beating Ethan Gumbrell 5-3 and 7-3. Once again, this is, I think it's Ethan's first time at this event.
Yes, it is Ethan's first time.
Yep, he does
and did really well making it to the consolation, so getting 5th or 6th in his block.
And on his way here, he beat some great players, Shane Downey, Richard
Yeah.
Hinks, the really strong Victorian players. So that's a terrific effort from him.
Both in 2 games as well.
Yep. And I had the pleasure of playing Mark in the block stage, and he was a really tough competitor. So well done to both of those gentlemen for making the consolation event. And I think the next one is position 15th, 16th, and Damien Hatfield and Richard Parks. Richard won, I think that's 11-4, I can see.
11 to
Probably should be 10-4,
10.
because if they played the best of 19.
yeah, unless Richard ran a 2
Yep.
group in 1.
And that's a fantastic effort from Damien to get there. And in the Y event,
W event.
Leicester. Leicester had a good win over Andy, 7-4, 7-4. So as we draw to a close, I think the next one should be
11 and 12th, yep.
position
so
11,
we've got
12.
Gerda Lambeck and David
Good,
Scott.
and that was really close. That 10-9?
So
Yeah.
that went to the 19th group, so
Yeah.
10
So that's
to
a big
9.
effort. So you get to play 13 twice.
That's always fun. If 13 wasn't stressful enough, you get to do it twice.
Yep. Okay. And I think, what have we got next? Okay, the Y event. I saw a little bit of this game. Peter Freer started off really well, but Owen Dickinson managed to get him in the end. 7-2, 7-7, 7-3, 7-4. Yeah, terrific effort by both players. Very hard to beat. Owen's had a good year this year. He won the Victorian bronze medal, so he'll be playing in the gold this year in Perth. So that comes up in September. And Peter Freer is playing in the World Over 50s this year as well. So that's terrific.
So now we've got...
And 7th and 8th.
Yep, so we've got Barry Jennings and Chaz Quinn. So Barry was leading that at the start, and Chaz managed to get the next 2 and win that.
Yeah, both very hard players to beat. They get on a run, both of them, and they just knock hoops from anywhere. So that's a really good win to Chaz.
Yep, so now we've got the Z.
And
So
we've got
that's-
Brett McCarty from WA. Managed to get over Kevin, 7-6, 3-7, 7-2. I saw some of that game this morning. Both gentlemen ran some really long hoops, did some awesome clearing. So they should both be very pleased with how they finished up. And I think the next one should probably be ours, Jamie.
Yeah.
Yep.
We don't have to show that one.
No, very good.
Gary got me this morning.
Yeah. But it was a good game. We enjoyed ourselves. So that's
Yeah.
the main thing. And there's the full scoreboard.
Yeah, the main event.
So we've got Robert winning 7-5, 7-1, 5-7, 7-6. It was a great game, great match. Lots of great hitting. I look forward to actually going when I get home watching the whole game again just to see how good it was.
Yep. So I think that's it. And I think Kate is now on the lawn with
Yes,
Robert.
got the winners. So, yep. So I'll pass you over to Kate. Fantastic.
5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Go live.
So, first of all, on behalf of Croquet Victoria, congratulations, Robert. Great to see that final. It was really exciting all the way through. A cliffhanger at the end. I don't want to ask you about the final. It's you versus your brother. I'd just like to ask you, you come a bit late to golf croquet. You've played association croquet. You still play both. Tell us about how you see golf croquet as distinct from association.
Thanks, Kate. Yeah, it was an exciting final in the end. A little more exciting than I'd like it to be. Malcolm played very well. So, yeah, look, when it comes to AC and GC, actually, I started GC first originally, but it wasn't very well developed when I first started playing. There weren't many tournaments, and there was no Interstate Shield, and I don't think there were any Australian Championships either, or maybe there had just been one held, an inaugural one. So there wasn't actually a lot to play in. So when it came to playing croquet tournaments, AC tournaments were pretty much the only ones that were on the calendar. So that was a big part of why I kind of played a lot of AC for a fair while. And I ended up being relatively good at it, so I kind of stuck with it for a bit. And then, came back to golf croquet. There's quite a burgeoning player scene, so a lot of good players around now in the country, so that was a bit of the attraction as well. But I've always enjoyed both sports. Like when I'm playing GC, I think I really enjoy it, and I wouldn't even think about playing AC. And then when I play AC, I'm like, I wouldn't even think about playing GC. I just enjoy both for their different subtleties, and so that's me.
And where are you going next? You've got plans for the next while in competitively? What are you about to do?
So in about a month I'm going to head over to the UK. I've got the main one on the cards is the AC Worlds, and that's in mid-July. But I've decided to go over a bit earlier, and I've got the GC British Open and the AC British Open leading up to it. So I head off kind of late June. And that's next for me on the calendar. So that'll be fun, bit of croquet and English summer.
So keeping all your balls in the air in both sports and hopefully ending up on the top of the table again. So congratulations, Robert. Let me shake your hand.
Thanks,
well
Dave.
done.
Cheers.
Fantastic. And what a wonderful final. Thank you very much. And that's the end of our broadcast. Thank you very much to everyone who's contributed. Thank you to all the players who've been on screen and who've contributed comments off screen. Thank you to the commentators. Thank you to our sponsor, the Victorian State Government, who's given us a grant which enables Croquet Victoria to fund this, and to Croquet Australia and their supporters for their contribution. And we hope you'll join us next time. We managed to do a live streaming here from Croquet Victoria at the Victorian Croquet Centre. Thank you. Bye. Hopefully. Is that all right? Did it end? I hope it ended then.
Yeah, we're good.
Top of Anderson, tracks all the way back in, it does. And he's locked in, but what a goal!